The pitch has been covered for the whole of the weekend, but the outfield has been very, very wet. In front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, there is still quite a large lake, as there has been for the last 5 or 6 days, at least to my knowledge. A loose ball from Davy, clipped for 4 by Lloyd. The boundaries here are extremely short today, to try and stop the players running on the worst of the damp areas. The boundaries are barely 35 yards in places. So it should be a fairly high-scoring game. The teams agreed that Somerset would field and Glamorgan would bat. Your umpires today, Ian Blackwell from Somerset stalwart at this the Trescothic end. And at the river end, Ben Peverell, making his debut on county championship listings. He was involved in training me as an umpire some 6-7 years ago, and he's proving that there is a pathway from the amateur game into the professional game as umpires. There's Davy again. And another boundary for Lloyd, clipped away through the leg side. That takes Glamorgan to 18 for no wicket. Byram is 3. Lloyd 13. That was the end of the 4th over. Ball now seems to be quite damp. Craig Overton wiping it dry. Try and keep some sort of shine on it. It's a slightly more defensive field. 4 slips, short leg, 3 saving 1, and a deep backward square. Byram just pushes it out into the covers. Overton with the sun at his back, running in. Half-hearted appeal from everybody. Not given a lot of consideration by Mr. Blackwell. Must be cold. The slips have got their hands in their pockets. Skipper Lewis Gregory's even got a bobble hat on. Well fielded at short leg. It's very difficult to identify the fielders from up here. Yes, they've all got numbers on their shirts, but the shirts are covered up by one or two sweaters, which do not have numbers on. Another defensive shot from Byram. Expansive leave this time from Byram. Typical opening batsman. Bat high in the air. Pads covering the stumps. And the ball sailing through the James Rue. There's a couple of helicopters go across just between the ground and the Quantocks. Navy out on patrol again. Another defensive shot. That's Overton. 3 overs. 1 maiden. 4 runs. After 5 overs, the score is still 18 for no wicket. Once again, Davy to Lloyd. Nice off drive for 4. Good job the netting is in position down there. That has saved the ball taking a swim in the pond that's just behind the netting. Another single for Lloyd, pushed out to mid-wicket. After his early struggles against Davy, Lloyd's been now going quite well, on 17. The Glamorgan score is 23 for no wicket. Oh, sorry, Lloyd's on 18. Davy now round the wicket to Byram. Flashing off drive. Take 4. Nobody moved. Ball went dead square of the wicket. Landed on the covers in front of the Somerset stand there. And there is surface water on the covers, so the ball has to be mopped again. Defensive shot this time. I still can't get my head around playing cricket in March. Cricket's a summer game. No ball there. It's a flashing drive by Byram that missed. Davy overstepping the front foot. One more extra to the total. Another flashing drive from Byram. 4 runs. Slightly more backward than the last one. Crashed into the white paling fence around the ground. The over end to the defensive shot. Davies now bowled 3 overs. His first over was a maiden. His last 2 overs have gone for 29. So he's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, nothing for 29. And Craig Overton 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4. And Glamorgan are 33 for no wicket after 6. Byram on 11, Lloyd on 18. It's Overton to resume. There's the Triscothic end. First ball outside the off stump. Left alone by Lloyd. And that's the first wicket. Defensive shot by Lloyd. Caught at third slip. We will identify the catcher for you in a moment. The drinks being run out onto the field. Hopefully they're hot coffee, not ice cold drinks. Players all gathering around having a drink. The umpire's having a chat in the middle. And poor Eddie Byram, the not-out batsman, standing forlornly on his own at this end of the wicket, having taken off his helmet to let the sun get at him. So Lloyd was caught by Umid Bolt Overton for 18. The score is now 33 for 1 of 6.2 overs. The batsmen, as usual, now going to have a little chatter together. Looks like number 41, Colin Ingram, one of Glamorgan's overseas players, who in the latter years has been a specialist one-day player, playing in the franchise leagues all over the world. So we have 2 left-handers. First ball from Overton, defensive shot. Sun is still out. It looks a very pleasant day, but believe me, there is a slightly cool breeze out there. First forcing shot from Ingram, straight into the net, stopping the ball going in the puddles again at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion end, and 4 runs. Typical left-handed shot, ball moving, going across him, just helps it down the backward point. And Ingram nicely off the mark with the boundary. But a play and a miss. Ball leaving him. And to leave this time from Ingram. Ball high and wide outside the off stump. Skipper Lewis Gregory going off. Obviously had enough after 7 overs. Overton has 4 overs, 1 for 8. Davy 3 overs, 0 for 29. It's Davy to Byram. Defensive shot picked up in the covers. Sun has gone behind it, light bit of cloud at the moment, no shadows. As Byram leaves that one, taken by Rue in front of first slip. As Ingram at the non-striker's end rehearses, punching the ball back towards the bowler. Davy once again into Byram. Another leave outside the off stump. At least he's bowling to his field with the 5 slips he's got there. (7-2) field. Only a short leg and a mid wicket on the leg side. 5 slips, cover point and mid-off on the offside. Push towards mid-off this time. And the umpires signal to each other there are 2 balls left in the over. Helps them keep count. But the scoreboard helps because that shows it. We have no doubt had 7.4 overs. If they do lose count, Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, will help them. Defensive shot from Byram, but forgot to hit the ball. Through to Rue. It's a much better over from Davy. Is that going to be the commentator's curse in the boundary of the last ball? Another play and a miss. A maiden for Josh Davy. Much better over. The score remains Glamorgan 37 for 1 of 8 overs. Eddie Byram on 11, Colin Ingram on 4. The batsmen have a chat in the middle. Looks like Jack Brooks coming on to bowl. And he does not feature in our match 13 that we've been given. So Somerset are going to use 14 players. Jack Brooks sporting his usual headband. Similar field, 4 slips. Cover point, mid-off, short leg, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Ingram pushes that one to short leg. Ian Blackwell concerned he was a bit close to a no ball there. Second ball pushed off his hip by Ingram. Fielded by Josh Davy. 1 run. That must have been a leg by. Must have been off Ingram's hip. Gentle push into the covers by Byram gets him a single. Edge into the slips this time, all along the floor, no chance of a catch. Ingram having a wander down and a tap to blame the pitch. Jack Brooks off his very economical run. Ball again pushed back. No runs. Takes a much shorter run than many seam bowlers. Short and outside off stump, hammered away for 4. So, after 9 overs, scoreboard seems to have frozen. We've moved on. Glamorgan now 43 for 1. Byram 12. Ingram 8. We've had 9 overs. It's still Josh Davey from the Lord Ian Botham stand end. Tucked away to the very short boundary. Fine leg. Barely, not much more than 30 yards before we come to what looks a bit like Burnham Beach. It's 4 to Eddie Byram. A gully is dropped out to backward point. We have 2 fielders at point. Another play and a miss. Skipper Lewis Gregory back on the field, back at first slip. Unless somebody else has pinched his bobble hat. Josh Davey again. Flourishing off drive from Byram, gains him 4 runs. Takes Glamorgan to 51. Byram on to 20. Turned away this time towards mid-on. No run. Another play and a miss from Byram. The slips might be in business shortly. A tickle down the leg side. Another 4 runs for Byram. He moves on to 24. Glamorgan 55 for 1. After 10 overs. It's not surprising the scoring rate is 5.5 and over, because Somerset have had a very attacking field, and the boundaries are very short. I think most of the runs have been scored in boundaries. We still have 4 slips and a short leg, and only 1 fielder outside the proverbial ring. Well, of course, in county championship, in these sort of friendly games, there is no ring as such. So we have 5 close catches, 2 saving 1, and 1 at deep backward square leg. Ingram again defends. Ball lifts a little bit. Another play and a miss. Oh, sorry, a leave. Slips and keeper in earnest conversation there. Shadows begin to appear again as the sun makes a very watery appearance. Ingram tries to bat that away through cover and missed. Taken again by James Rue. Another leg by. You can usually tell when an umpire is about to signal a leg by or a by. To remind himself, he puts his arm out halfway down. Oh. That was a rather strange shot from Eddie Byram. He looked to be trying to hit that over deep square leg. And got 6th. Straight over the wicketkeeper's head. Very interesting. A change in bowling for Somerset. Looks like Casey Aldridge coming from the Botham end, or the River end, or the Quantox end, depending which end how you want to call it. He will be bowling to Colin Ingram. Davy bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 41. Slightly more defensive field. Only 3 slips, but they're all retreating a little bit. They expect Casey Aldridge to be a little quicker. One more, or gully now arriving. So we've got 3 slips in a gully and a short leg. Backward short leg now. He's moved from slightly forward, just behind the popping crease. It's a very strange shot from Ingram. That one almost seemed to be a Yorker outside the off stump, and he just plopped his bat down on it. We have 4 fielders saving single now. An expansive leave this time from Ingram. He shoulders arms. Loose ball from Aldridge. Punched away behind square for 4 by Ingram. The press seem to be arriving in the press box just alongside us here. Richard Walsh, Somerset's own press reporter. Flowing off try from Ingram, another 4. I was with Richard watching a rugby match on Saturday. The things we do together. Glamorgan score now, shooting along. Ingram has got 16, all of which I think have been boundaries. Byram's got 30. The total is 70. Last man, Lloyd, out for 18. We have 6 extras. A Yorker this time from Aldridge. Just gets his bat behind it, pushes it out. Going to be Jack Brooks again, just donning his headband. Remembers to move his bowling mark, which is moved by the keeper. The last over. Same field. 4 slips, short leg, 3 saving 1, and a deep backward square leg. That turned Byram slightly. He looked to be pushing it towards mid-wicket. And he got 4 through the covers. They all count. Short ball from Jack Brooks got the treatment into the totally empty Somerset stand for 6 runs. In the whole of that side of the ground, I can only see one person sitting. There's one person in the back row of the Hildreth stand. Deep fine leg, as we look at the moment. You can just see him in the top of your picture there. There he is. As Brooks bowls in again. Left this time by Byram. Sun seems to have disappeared again. Some fairly high clouds over the ground. Defensive shot this time, pushes it to mid-off. Taunton all seems very quiet today. The odd car moving on Priory Bridge Road there. Another slight mishit. Aiming to push it through the covers, gets one to backward square leg. The sort of shot I used to be very good at when I played. Takes Byram to 41. Glamorgan to 81. With one ball left of the 13th over. Push to cover point, no run by Ingram, no run. Players jogging from one end to the other. Hoping to keep warm. You've got 35 minutes of play before lunch. Lunch today is at 1:30 rather than the normal time of 1 o'clock because we didn't start until 12 o'clock because the outfield was so wet. Skipper Lewis Gregory playing football with Jack Brooks's mark-up, bowling mark. It's Aldridge. Another expansive drive from Byram, straight to cover point. No run. Aldridge again. Well fielded, steered to backward point. Another defensive shot. Gully runs forward to pick it up. As a train departs Taunton Station. All points towards Bristol, I suspect. Nice silver train. Aldridge in again. Play and a miss. Rue takes it chest high. Good carry on it. Flowing drive. Byram misfielded by mid-off. They get 2 runs. Takes Glamorgan to 83 for 1. Eddie Byram to 43. Another flowing off drive that gets 4 runs to backward square leg. Very productive shot. Inside edge working well on Eddie Byram's bat. Takes him to 47 and Glamorgan to 87 after 14 overs. These pair have now put on 54 runs. The last wicket fell at 33 when Lloyd was out. Jack Brooks rescuing his marker again. Andrew Bowl to Colin Ingram. Flowing straight drive. Picked up just short of the boundary. 2 runs. Slightly more defensive field. Short leg has disappeared. Back to square leg. We have a mid-on, deep backward square. 4 slips, cover point and a mid-off. That's 4 runs to the very short offside boundary. Ball disappears under the covers. So we have to move the covers to get to the ball. There it is. That's now 22 to Ingram. Glamorgan approaching the 3 figures, now on 93. Defensive shot this time. Ball travels about 5 yards down the pitch. One of the slips has now come out. We have an extra cover as well as a mid-off and a cover point. So we have 5 fielders saving a single, 3 on the off, 2 on the leg. 1 on the boundary, deep backward square, and 3 slips. Flowing straight drive this time from Ingram. Crosses the boundary rope, 4 more runs. Expensive over from Brooks. Off 4 balls so far. Another leave from Ingram. Rue takes it down the leg side. A lone spectator in the Hildreth stand seems to have had enough. He's just about going out through the exit. Oh no, he's coming across. He's changing his position. So after 15 overs, Glamorgan are now 97 for 1. Byram 47. Ingram 26. Lewis Gregory limbering up at first slip. Perhaps he's going to have a bowl in a minute. Byron brings up the 100 for Glamorgan and his own 50. A lovely drive through the covers off the first ball of the over. There's a smattering of applause. Gully has moved to a silly mid-off position. A half-hearted appeal there for a catch behind the wicket. One dissenting voice, I think. No one else was really interested. Aldridge again to Byram. Turns him square, plays and misses. Rue takes at ankle height. Lewis Gregory rehearsing the shot he'd have played if he batted left-handed to that ball. Push through into the covers this time for Byram. No run. Aldridge bowling to a 7-2 field. Byram got that through the 7 of the offside. Another boundary. Takes him to 55. And Glamorgan to 105 for 1. Ingram is on 26. Another change of bowling, this time skipper Lewis Gregory from the Marcus Trescothick end. Going to bowl around the wicket to Colin Ingram. 3 slips in the gully. Backward point. We've just been retrieving the sweater. Jack Brooks. Mid-off. Mid-wicket, mid-on, and a deep square leg. Push drive to cover point for no run. So we have one boundary rider, 4 saving 1, 4 close catchers. Time clipped off his hip to mid-wicket. No run. Everything going along very sedately. No sun at the moment. A few seagulls swooping around overhead. I don't know what I've done to upset the seagulls, but when I was parked here one day last week, the seagulls seemed to use my car for target practice, and got it every time. There must have been 30 or 40 deposits on my car when I got back to it. I love birds, really. Another defensive shot from Ingram. Jack Gregory again. I'm very surprised umpire Ian Blackwell is allowing Lewis Gregory to follow through as he's doing. He's running right down the middle of the pitch on his follow through. You're running into what the umpires call the danger zone, middle of the pitch. And also, he's not doing a very good impression of a window. Ian Blackwell would not be able to see much that's happening down the far end. But Ian Blackwell seems happy. Obviously, Somerset don't intend having a short leg again in future, because whichever the fielder was who had the short leg pads on has now taken them off and left them by the drinks container just over the boundary. Still Casey Aldridge from the Wardy and Botham stand end, going to 3 slips. Steered away by Byram to third man for 4 runs. Effortless shot, just used the pace of the ball, just deflected. Perfectly safe. None of the slips deigned to go and chase it, they left it to cover point to go and chase around. On the backward point. Second ball. Driven to mid-on. Clean pickup, no run. Pushed off his hip this time to square leg. Again, no run. Wide of leg stump. Expansive hook shot. Missed. No run. Quantox bathed in very light sunlight at the moment, which is more than we can say for the county ground, which is overcast. Aldridge now round the wicket. Again left by Byram. No run. One ball left of this, the 18th over. And expansively driven through the covers for 4 by Byram. Which takes Byram to 63. Glamorgan to 113 for 1. And Ingram on 26. That's the end of the 18th over. 16 minutes or so left to lunch. The Somerset ring the changes again. One fielder on, one fielder off. They've now brought a helmet out in case somebody should need it. There's Gregory bowling again. Ingram, defensive shot fielded by the bowler. Good length ball from Gregory, defended by Ingram. Without any pressure. Played straight back again, fielded by the bowler. Probably saved 4 runs. So he's hit that quite hard. I don't think mid-on or mid-off would have got across. This time clipped off his toes to deep mid-wicket by Ingram. 1 run. Not quite timed. Couldn't get to the short boundary. But it does give the batsman a change of ends. They've been stuck at the other end there for some time. That's the first run off Lewis Gregory's bowling. And there's 4 more. To another very short boundary at backward point. Steered down by Eddie Byram. And to finish the over, a defensive shot from Byram. 5 runs off the over. Glamorgan 118 for 1. Byram on 67, Ingram on 27. And 19 overs being bowled. Yeah. And we have a change of bowling. Both ends. Spin today. Shoaib Bashif, leg spinner, or off spinner to the left-handers. And this is his first bowl for Somerset at Taunton. Lewis Gregory staying at slip. Can't call him a deep fine leg on the boundary. He's only about 30 yards from the bat. Deep mid-wicket, mid-on. 2 catches at silly mid-off, and 2 saving 1. Very tidy first ball, played by Ingram to the shortish mid-wicket. Second one played to one of the two close catches at silly mid-off, or short extra cover. Seems a fashion these days to have two of them standing there. Another defensive shot from Ingram. Just the same as the first ball. Too short mid-wicket. Another defensive shot from Ingram. Certainly Bashir seems to have hit a length straight away. It's always nice to see for a spinner. Another defensive shot, fielded by the bowler. Slightly more expansive shot this time. Still no run, fielded by the short extra covers. Good first over from Shoaib Bashir. A maiden. The score remains at 118 for 1. Colin Ingram just realised that Lewis Gregory's bowling round the wicket and not over it, so he dashes across to the other side. It's Lewis Gregory to Ed Byram. Defensive shot, no run. Just knocked it out square on the offside. Somerset still with an attacking field. Considering Ingram, Byram's on 67 not out, 3 slips in the gully. He's quite attacking still. Make that 71. Short pitch ball just steered away, backward a point. Again, the netting prevents the ball going for a swim. As you can see, the flood water back there on your screens at the moment. And Byram turned square, caught the outside edge, caught it gully. For 71. Byram and Ingram put on 89 for the second wicket. Glamorgan are now 122 for 1. 122 for 2. And Eddie Byram was caught by Green, Ben Green, off the bowling of Lewis Gregory for a well-played 71. Morgan's next batsman seems reluctant to come out. Just crossing. Due to be Sam Northeast. He's carded for number 4. We're seeing a replay of Eddie Byram being squared up by a short ball that left him. A good catch by Green, low down. That is Sam Northeast, number 16, right-handed batsman. Very prolific run scorer for Glamorgan last season. Former player, of course, with Kent and Hampshire. Scored an awful lot of runs for Glamorgan last year. Starts and push to mid-off, well fielded. You won't have long to wait for lunch, isn't it? I think lunch is due in about 4.5 minutes. I don't know which clock the umpires are going by today. The usual clock in the Atkinson Pavilion seems to have stopped. It's been reading 20 to 12 since we've been here this morning. Another defensive shot from Northeast. Brings the over to an end. Productive one for Somerset. Glamorgan now 122 for 2. Northeast still to score, and Colin Ingram on 27. It's going to be Shoaib Bashir again from the Lordy and Botham stand end. No alterations in the field. Driven fairly firmly to short extra cover by Colin Ingram. So he still hasn't conceded a run. Bringing a third. Oh, silly mid-off now coming in. Very strange looking field. Somerset field is obviously hoping for a little bit more from that ball. The oohs and ahs, must have been expecting a wicket. Bashir to Ingram. Another defensive shot, back to the bowler. Ingram, normally a dashing batsman. She's playing for lunch now. So instead of bringing a short leg in. Backward short leg, donning the helmet, come up from fine leg. So we have 5 close-ish catches. Another defensive shot from Ingram. Another defensive shot. Another defensive for the second consecutive maiden over. And that looks to be lunch. A very good start from Basham. Bashir. So at lunch, Glamorgan 122 for 2. Northeast on Nort, Ingram on 27. And we've had 22 overs. The rest of the Glamorgan squad are coming up for a warm-up. We will now be going off air. We'll be coming back on in time for play to resume at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground for the second session of play in this friendly game between Glamorgan and Somerset. The morning play started at 12 o'clock, hence the late lunch. And Glamorgan have amassed 122 for 2 in 22 overs. It's a good job. We've got electronic scoreboards and we don't need to be hanging up the number 2 all the time. We might run out. Looks like Lewis Gregory is going to restart or continue bowling from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Sam Northeast, the right-hand batsman. And Colin Ingram, left-hander, at this end. Ian Blackwell's had a quick wave at the scorers next to me, in the box next to me here. They've acknowledged that they're ready. When the fielders all get into their right positions. We have a deep fine leg. Short mid-on, mid-wicket. 3 slips in the gully, cover point and mid-off. And Gregory coming in to bowl over the wicket to Sam Northeast. He just drops it down in front of him. In a kind sportsmanly gesture, picks it up and throws it to the fielder. Defensive shot. Mid-off runs in to pick it up. No attempt at a single. Another dot ball. The scoring rate before lunch was roughly 5.5 and over, which isn't bad going. We've had attacking fields the whole time and the boundaries are short, so we should be scoring some runs. They're not scoring at the rate of the West Indies South Africa T20 game yesterday, if any of you saw that. Over 300 runs in two T20 innings. 500 runs in 2 T20 innings. It's amazing. Fielders all go through the ritual of shining the ball. Aborted run-up. As the sun comes to join us. Forward defensive from northeast. Umpire Blackwell going for a little stroll. Gregory coming in for the final ball of the over. Punch to the covers for 4, nonchalantly by northeast. That takes Glamorgan to 126 for 2 of 23 overs. Northeast is on 4. Ingram hasn't faced a ball yet since lunch, still on 27. That looks like Craig Overton to open the bowling from the Botham stand end. He opened from this just Gothic end. The start of play. So a change of ends. He's so far bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, and taken 1 for 8. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who lets it go. Field 3 slips in the gully, 2 saving 1 on the offside. Probably 3 saving 1 on the leg side, although one of them is on the boundary. But the boundary is only 30 yards from the wicket. Chips it to mid-on. Lewis Gregory must be still cold, he's still wearing a bobble hat. As the other fielders are all wearing caps. The umpires, God bless them, are wearing straw sun hats. Short, smashed through backward point for 4 by Ingram. I'm afraid that got what it deserved. Takes Ingram to 31 and the total to 130. 2. Ingram chucks it away again to mid-on. Or return to James Rue. Ubiquitous shining on the back of the thigh. Overton again into Ingram. Turned him a little bit square. He was turning that towards mid-wicket again and managed thick outside edge, mid-off. Last ball of the over coming up. Pushed out into the covers. Is 4 off the over. Northeast, whose stance is more of the modern style with the bat ready up, rather than, as many of us older people used to do, tapping it behind your right foot. Flashing off drive from Northeast. 4 runs through the covers. Beautiful shot. Very, very fluent. Gregory over pitching slightly. Outside off stump. Bread and butter ball for the batters. Ball moving away from Northeast, left it, East, Rue took it in front of first slip. Sun has disappeared again, briefly. Gregory in a beautiful straight drive. No need to run for that. 4 more runs for Northeast. Again, slightly over pitched, this time on leg stump. Gregory again. Northeast pushes forward and edges it straight to gully. So it's 138 for 3. Northeast is out caught for 12. The second wicket for Gregory. I think it was Ben Green who caught him again. We'll wait and see what the scorers tell us. Once again, but there's a wicket falls, the fielders all congregate around the drinks container. The umpires sit in the middle having a chat. Or stand in the middle having a chat. Yeah. Northeast had 3 fours in his innings. And he was again caught green ball Gregory. Ben Green. Yeah. scheduled to be Kieran Carlson, isn't it? Yeah, number 5, Kieran Carlson. He's not really surprised the balls are moving a little bit off the pitch. It's, how should we say, a very green tinge. It's the same pitch we tried to use for the game with Cardiff University Centre of Excellence last week. It's only had 2 hours play before today. Change in the field. 3 slips and 2 gullies. 2 saving, 1 on the offside. And only 2 fielders on the leg side. A deep square and a mid-on. It's Gregory to Carlson. Defensive shot to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 138 for 3 after 25 overs. Carlson yet to score. Ingram 31. Lewis Gregory is now taken in 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. The other wicket takers now coming, bowling down from the Botham end. Craig Overton, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Forceful drive to mid-on, no run. It's Craig Overton again. Left. Thanks to Ben Warren, who's come and put my screen back on. Flowing off drive by Ingram, fielded mid-off, no run. Overton in again. Squares Ingram up. Pushes the ball back. It's about 20 odd seagulls are sitting on top of the Ian Botham stand. I doubt they're watching the cricket, but having a rest from flying around. There's another dozen or so flying around. Ingram slightly squared up again. Backward defensive shot. Goes to point. Craig Overton giving Ingram a fair examination. Yeah. Ingram himself is a very experienced batsman. Lets that one go. A maiden over. Lewis Gregory removed his bobble hat and now his sweater. Ready to have another go at Kieran Carlson.
Come here. It's talk time.
Gregory in 3 slips and 2 gullies. Carlson lets it go outside the off stump. Gregory obviously fancies his chances with the away swinger. 7-2 field. The only leg side field is a deep square leg. Halfway to the normal boundary, but right on the boundary for this game. And mid-on. Carlson edges that one. You'll say he played it. It was edged. It's gone for 4. Straight through the slips. That breaks his duck. Now looks like 5 slips in a row there. This time pitched up, pushed to mid-on, fielded, no run. And the sun makes a welcome reappearance. Even more seagulls are sitting on top of Ian. Both of them stand. Perhaps having a sunbathe now. There's Gregory in again. Down the leg side, Drew dives, stops. Must still be quite cool out there. Umpire Ian Blackwell seems to have some gloves on. Gregory lost his boot in the action of bowling that one. Slight hiatus while he does it up. Carlson tucks that one away, backward square leg. Easy 4 runs. Make the ball do the work, just deflect it. Wide of off stump, bouncing high through to keep a row as Carlson shoulders arms. 8 off that over. It's Overton again to bowl from the Ian Botham end, or the river end, or Quantocks end, railway station end, whichever you care to call it. Overton pitches up. Ingram drives. 4 runs. Past mid-off. Overton around the wicket again. Ingram again plays it out on the offside, this time no run. Somerset are assiduously trying to keep the shine on the ball, hoping for some movement. It's Overton again. Ingram tucks him away. Only 3-4 yards to the right, the fielder on the boundary. It's such a short boundary, he had no chance of stopping it. 4 more to Ingram. Takes him now to 39, and Glamorgan to 154 for 3. As a train pulls into Taunton Station going south, or southwest. Overton again. Bouncer. Straight over the top of James Drew's head, but it's 4 byes. And 1 bouncer for the over, signalled by Ben Peverell. I think it's a little unfair to call that a 4 byes. The keeper had no chance. And keepers always like to keep a clean sheet. The short and fast one down the leg side. That's the second high ball for the over. If Overton tries another one, he may be in trouble. Unless he's just softening Ingram up for the Yorker. He's flashed at that outside the off stump. Has been caught at slip. Very loose shot. Very good catch. I think skipper Gregory eventually caught it. But Ingram is out for 39. And Glamorgan at 158 for 3. And it was caught by Brooks. So Ingram was caught, Brooks bowled Overton for 39. The big orange box of drinks carried off again. And Kieran Carlson is joined by Billy Root, brother of former England captain Joe Root. That was the last ball of the over. So we have Gregory again. 5 slips. 3 saving 1 and 1 fielder on a very short, deep square leg boundary. Another short ball left by Carlson. Sun is out again. the shadow of the floodlight pylon encroaches ever nearer to the pitch. Expansive drive by Carlson. Missed the ball. And a diving James Drew took it in front of first slip. In cases like that, it's a good job. First slip stands well behind the keeper. Does give the keeper a chance to move across. Another play in the miss by Carlson. Some would argue he took his bat away from the line of it. Gregory coming in again. Another play in the miss by Carlson. Gregory shining the ball on his shirt. Tosses it in the air. Outside the leg stump, Carlson tucks it away. Backward to square for 4. The batsman punch gloves. Again, the netting stopped the ball going into the little lake. It's in front of the pavilion there. A very sensible precaution. So another train creeps into Taunton Station, going to the southwest. Gregory comes into bowl. Last ball of his over. Another play and a miss from Carlson. The train approaching Taunton Station is going in so slowly, might never even get there. Barely going at walking pace. But the players don't mind, the sun's out. And it's still Overton around the wicket. This time to Billy Root. Hurriedly into the shot, tucks it down to deep square leg. The only fielder on the boundary. The Root gets off the mark first ball. For the first time since lunch, Overton's bowling to a right-hander. Fine leg is still on the boundary, 4 slips. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Carlson defends. Mid-on runs in, picks up. Overton again. Carlson plays a defensive shot, backward defensive shot, but misses. Ball goes through to James Rue. Overton again. Carlson ducks but leaves his bat up as a periscope. Luckily, the ball does not hit it. Overton again to Carlson, who leaves it. Can't have been far away from off stump. Give the batsman the benefit of good judgment. Ben Peverell, the umpire at the bowler's end, goes for a little walk. Keep his muscles moving. It's Craig Overton coming in again. The last ball of the over. The sun has gone in again. Carlson defends and misses again. And the ooze from the fielders. Looks like a change of bowling now. The bobble hat is still on Lewis Gregory's head. Looks like Josh Davey. Yeah. Josh Davey coming in, left arm over the... Oh, sorry, right arm, round the wicket. Bowling to Billy Root. 4 slips. Cover point, mid-off. Deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. Root tucks it away to backward square leg for a single. Seem to have a slight scoreboard malfunction here. Glamorgan still 164 for 4. All sorts going on there. It's Davey to Carlson. Ball defended. Again, Carlson lets this one go. The scoreboard's almost back. Just got Billy Root's name up in large letters on one. A very large figure 2 in the top right-hand corner of the other one. It does tell us that Root is 2 not out. Davey again to Carlson. Defends. Misses. Root takes. You can see the sandy areas at the bottom of the field here. It's outside the boundary zone at the moment. Very short boundary. To try and protect the fielders as well as the ground conditions. Carlson gets bat on this one. Another defensive shot that doesn't bounce quite so high. It just pushes it. Square leg comes into field. Scoreboard is still showing all sorts of funny things. What we know is that Davey is still bowling to Carlson. Defended off the edge into the slips. And Carlson is leaving us. Carlson out for 12. Glamorgan 164 for 5. Good sharp cat to his left. The umpire's having a chat again. Big glove. Ian Blackwell giving the ball back to Ben Peverell. Billy Root standing in splendid isolation with his bat over his shoulder like a guardsman standing at arms. That was caught by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Josh Davey. Thanks. Just about to see the replay again. Nope. Here it comes. Good catch. That's what they're there for. Came it just above knee high. We are flashing up on the replay system that it's still Cardiff University Cricket Centre of Excellence is playing today. Obviously the system is still not quite perfection. The incoming batsman is Chris Cook, former Glamorgan captain and the wicketkeeper. Also a very prolific batsman, scores a lot of runs at number 6-7. That was the last ball of the over. So Billy Root now facing. Change in the field. 5 slips now. Backward square leg, mid on, mid off, cover point. Overton's outside the off stump. Root lets it go. This is the 32nd over of the innings. Morgan is still averaging over 5 and over. A long run for nothing there. Overton pulled out just before the bowling stride. Billy Root has a wander down the wicket. Picking up some unseen rubbish. Tapping down ball indentations. And Overton runs in again, round the wicket. Root late on it. Edged it to slip, but I think he edged it straight into the ground. Lewis Gregory pretended it was a catch. Fooled no one. Here's Overton again. Bobble-hatted Gregory still at first slip. Root pushes it into the covers, beats the two fielders who are there. 4 runs. Scoreboards are still playing up. The one at the gimlet stand here is still showing Billy Root's name in huge letters. The one at the far side is now showing a big figure 6, because Root is on 6, not out. We're halfway through this 32nd over. Overton again to Root. Pushes it out into the covers. Not timed at all. Just trickles it to mid-off. Ooh. Root's off stump is taken out of the ground. Ben Peveril, the umpire, standing there with his arm out, having shouted no ball. So instead of a wicket for Somerset, that's an extra run for Glamorgan. Glamorgan now 170 for 5. Root is a very lucky man. Overton in again. Root again lucky. Goes to smash it through cover point. Gets a thick inside edge. Down to on the leg side. Fielded by the wicketkeeper. Overton again to Root. Tucked up a little bit, just pushes it off his gloves to Davy at square leg, who picks it up and keeps the ball as he's due to bowl the next over. Hands his cap and sweater to umpire Ian Blackwell. And Davy prepares to bowl to Chris Cook, who is yet to get off the mark. He's actually not only yet to get off the mark, he's yet to face a ball. Taking guard from umpire Blackwell. And Somerset have 3 slips in a gully, or 4 slips, 2 saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the leg, and a deep square leg. Chris Cook defends, pushes it back to the bowler. Having a wander down, tapping away, just settles a batsman's nerves. The seagulls are bored. Most of them have now gone. Probably dive bombing my car again in the car park. Davy in. Cook plays it off the back foot behind point. Looks for 2. Decides against it. Settles for the single. Davy now round the wicket to Root. And Root holding his bat in the air again. Alassane northeast. Plays and misses at that ball. And James Rew has another clean take. Defensive shot from Root, picked up at point. There have been quite a few fours so far today, but we probably had just as many plays and misses as we've had boundaries. I'm only guessing at that. I don't have figures in front of me. Davy in again. Root, bat held up horizontal. Takes it up to his shoulder level as he lets the ball go. The ball returned to the bowler gradually via a relay of fielders. When club cricketers try to do that, half the time the ball is dropped. It's Davy in again. Almost involuntary shot off the back foot by Root. Gets him a single backward point. And he's kept the bowling. And Ian Blackwell having words with Josh Davy. His front foot is getting fairly close to being over the popping crease. A change of bowling at the Ian Botham end. We have Jack Brooks back. Jack Brooks replacing Craig Overton. Jack Brooks, who so far has bowled 4 overs from this end, which is Gothic end. No maidens, 0 for 32. Been quite expensive. I suspect those 32 runs, they were all boundaries. Brooks in now to Root. Ben Peveril calls it a no ball. But Root still hits it for 4. Ben Peveril, the umpire, who's proving that there is a pathway from amateur cricket into professional ranks. He's for many years been an umpire at Whipple Leagues and Somerset Umpires Association. He actually did some of my training as an umpire 6 or 7 years ago. I've never had the pleasure of umpiring with him, but I have umpired him when he's played. Jack Brooks off his economical run again. Down the leg side, clipped away to an unmanned fine leg. 4 runs to Root. A long jog over the desert to fetch it. Easy pickings for a left-hand bat. Short of a length outside the leg stump. Just push it around. Good length outside off stump, driven into the covers for no run. Root is now on 15. And Glamorgan 182 for 5. Backward defensive shot from Root again, fielded at mid-off. Somerset behaving like the amateur side I mentioned a few minutes ago. Throw the ball back to mid-off, and he drops the ball. Aborted run up by Brooks. As the seagulls are swooping around in front of us. Root pushes that one to mid-wicket. No run. Somerset managed to return the ball to the bowler this time without dropping it. Brooks in again. More expansive drive from Root straight to mid-off. No run. That's the end of the over. Josh Davey at this end hands his sweater to Ian Blackwell. And trudges off back to his mark. Ben Peveril, like all good umpires before going out to square leg, stands there guarding the pitch. Make sure nobody scuffs it up. Gradually makes his way backwards to his position at square leg. And Chris Cook again takes guard. It's a long time since he's been at that end. Chris Cook currently on 1 not out. Backward defensive shot pushes it to mid-on. No run. First and second slip, like two old women, standing their arms folded, having a natter. Davies back to the end of his mark. In he comes. Bowls. And Cook defends, just pushes it back out. Davey, who bowls at about the same pace as Jack Brooks, but runs twice as far. Jack Davey in again. The third ball of the over. Same thing. Defensive shot from Chris Cook. To mid-on, no run. We have a few spectators in today. Some seem to be going for a little walk in the car park on the far side there. Have a stretch. Chris Cook this time wrapped on this pad. Half an appeal from the slips. Somebody wants a replacement. fielder to come out. If the sun comes out again, and the floodlight pylon shadow is right across the pitch. So Davy will be bowling out of the shadow into the sun. Another defensive shot from Cook. Davy trudges back to his mark. Looking to complete his 8th over. Taken 1 wicket so far for 44 runs. Chris Cook holding his bat halfway up. Lets that one go. James Rew takes it. Somerset fielder trotting off. Another one coming on. Good job they got big squads these days. It's going to be Jack Brooks again from the Ian Botham end. Billy Root pushes it into the covers. No run. Must be quite You're just seeing on screen now the 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. That one was live. Brooks again to Root. Brooks again live. Turns Root around. Ball goes to backward point. Brooks tucks Root up a little bit, plays the ball off back foot safely enough out to mid-wicket. There was never any thought of a run. Must be quite difficult batting in that dappled shade from the lights there. More expansive drive. It's extra cover. No run. It's Brooks again. Another no ball called by Ben Peverell. So Brooks has got 1 more ball still to bowl. No ball, concedes two extra runs. Hurried up Billy Root there. He just managed to stab it out to mid-wicket. Scoreboard is now difficult to read. I think it says 184 for 5. Cook on 1, Root on 15. It's 36 overs gone. So the scoring rate is still just over 5 and over. Cook takes guard again. Davy into Cook. Cook crashes that one through the offside. Gets 2 runs. Not quite timed well enough to get 4. The sun continues to grace us with its presence. Concerted LBW appeal of interest to everyone except Ian Blackwell. Who declined to give it out. Slips and keeper all arms in the air. Not out was the stern reply. Another defensive shot from Cook. Davy in again to Cook. Plays a little bit away from his body. Ball goes to point. No run. Davy in again. Cook times this one. That's 4 runs through the covers. Davy kicking at the batting crease there. He slipped slightly as he delivered the ball. So we're still showing the score from the Cardiff University game last week. Davy bringing his last ball of this over. That last over, that last boundary brought up Davy's 50, something he wouldn't really want. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 50. Cook is now on 7, Root on 15. Score is 190 for 5. It's the headband of Jack Brooks again, signalling beginning of the next over. Flowing drive from Billy Root. 4 runs through cover. It's a good length, full length ball outside off stump. Got the treatment. Meat and drink to most batsmen. Brooks now bowling around the wicket. To Root, he kicks his bowling mark across. Much more on the line of the stumps, played out, fielded at cover point. No run. Some of the seagulls are back again, sitting on the Botham stand. Expansive leave this time from Root. Ball outside the off stump. And once again, an expansive leave from Root. Brooks trying to tempt him into a drive. Ball not quite up. So Root ignores it. Again, Root leaves a ball that's short of a length. He's obviously not trusting the bounce to play it. Cross-batted shot. Prefer to wait for the really bad ball. Like that one. Wide, over-pitched. 4 runs through cover. $198 for 5 after 38 overs. Route 23. There we have a new bowler for the first time today. Sonny Baker's going to have a bowl. Number 16. Puts a little white disc onto his pre-arranged painted blue line on the floor. All the bowlers are out with a tape measure and the blue spray earlier on. It's a much more normal field. 2 slips in the gully. 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 saving 1 on the leg side. And a deep backward square leg. Not very deep, but actually on the boundary. Still only about 35, 40 yards from the bat. Cook pushes that one away to mid-wicket. Ball being shone very hard. Sonny Baker in again, bowling. Back foot chop. Out to point. No run.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you recognise my voice after these 4.5 months away. Great to be back at the Cooper Associates County Ground, joining Tony Pomeroy. Tony, you're the Somerset Glamorgan pre-season commentator specialist on your own.
Yes.
Good effort again now. We had a good chat last year, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, I am a neutral in this game, so
That's it.
I did play for Glamorgan seconds back in 1963. before most of these players were born.
Another lovely back foot punch from Chris Cook. Bit behind square. I don't think he was intending it to go to the left hand of the point fielder, but another 4 runs. The runs are flowing a bit this afternoon.
Yes. Well, a short boundary in attacking field, isn't it?
Yeah, nice to be here after, well, what do we see, 2 hours of play last week when I should have had 3 days. And I've just looked at the forecast for the next 2 days and hate to break it to you, but this could be the only days playing this week, I'm worried. So we might see all of about 7 hours out of 6.
Well, I wasn't going to come on Wednesday anyway.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
No, I'm playing bowls on Wednesday.
Playing bowls. Priority.
For Somerset.
Oh, brilliant. Fair enough.
Yeah, against Gloucestershire.
God, that could go for 6, is it? Absolutely slap that. Short boundary on the offside to the white seats of the Somerset stand. And we're seeing Bazball get into Wales, Tony.
Yes. Well, I've always had a soft spot for Glamorgan. I think I had my first season ticket there when I was 7.
It's great to see cricket being played in March, though. We should be grateful that any form, even with a weirdly shaped boundary and short sides. And
this boundary is even shorter than they get in that European T20 cricket.
Oh, and the cricket we saw yesterday between South Africa and West Indies.
That was incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm afraid I was glued to that one yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I was trying to coach the Devon youth squad yesterday afternoon while trying to follow at the same time. There's a bit of multitasking going on in the nets.
Well, I was watching that Bath Exeter rugby on my iPad, trying to keep up with the golf, with McIlroy as well from America, and the Grand Prix, and then later on the boat race.
Plenty of sport on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
But more excitingly, we've got Sonny Baker bowling with just the 2 slips now in a gully. The ball does sound like it's rocketing off the bat of Chris Cook. A bit of extra pace from Sonny Baker. It sounds good. A couple of slaps through the offside we're going to see here. Back foot punch.
Yeah. Class shot.
That's the probably more well behind square, but this is the aggressive. Well, it's Johnson Charles-esque from yesterday, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. I had 4 written all over it.
You should say afternoon to Steve Tancott from Always Look on the Bright Side of Life, or was it Ian Shepherd? One of the two. Probably Sheps in his Roloff van der Merwe Pavilion. The podcast that's just been nominated for an award. So.
Oh, excellent.
Don't give us too much stick. This is a test stream, hence why people are floating in and out. And he said it's pre-season here. We're trying different graphics and different scoreboards.
Yes, the scoreboard's in a bit of a mess, really. It's not too easy to read. The sun's shining onto that one. My old eyes don't read that far.
We've got a bit of a Yorkshire connection here, I suppose. Jack Brooks, formerly of Yorkshire against, well, one of Yorkshire's. In Billy Root here, not Joe Root, if you look at the scoreboard and confused. William, or Billy Root, the left-hander, who I remember.
Yes, he does bat the other way around to his brother.
He does, yeah. Spent a bit of time with Billy Root in the Barmy Army, touring of Australia a few years ago, and a year later he was there getting his contract for Notts. He was batting 8 and bowling a bit of spin for Notts. Now he's more of a 5 or 6 for Glamorgan.
Doesn't bowl very often.
No. Very good fielder, though. This ball here did nearly cut it off.
Beating. Been a lot of playing and missing. Oh, he didn't miss that one.
Covered it. Sort of throws the hands, doesn't
he? Missed the edges of the bat and found the middle.
I think, again, congrats. Yes, I did. Billy Root just throwing his hands at that ball and lacing it through the covers. I do feel like a bit of an old man. I did get engaged over the winter. I'm getting messages coming through on the YouTube saying congrats. So before people start questioning what I get congratulated for. Not that I scored 100 or anything cricket related for that. Congratulations.
If you want a church organist, I'm your man.
Oh, there you go. Well, my brother's already tried to audition for that spot, so there's a bit of competition for the organist spot.
That's fine then.
You can commentate on it with your Welsh dulcet tones. Could be another 4 for Billy Root.
Yeah, Billy Root just...
Or pad.
Leg
buys.
Oh, leg buys. My old mate Ben Peverell.
Yeah, great to see Ben Peverell coming up through the ranks. Done really well for himself.
Yeah.
From club cricket now to
Shows there is a route from amateur
Yeah.
cricket through.
Real popular guy, and a lot of people who talk fondly of Ben Peveril.
Yeah. He did my training when I qualified as an umpire about 7 years ago.
Yeah, nice.
And I have umpired him when he's played. I've not umpired with him.
Oh, cheekies. Oh, we're going to see a run out? No, Billy Rooney is quick enough, but Josh Davies, it's that weird position where deep square leg, it's still a cheeky single, really.
Yes.
You've got to run pretty hard because of the shape of the boundary. Where Josh Davies, based on the edge of the square, he could be stood by a normal wicket, but...
He'd almost be in the circle if there was circles out there, wouldn't there?
Not even there.
Bit like Middlesex Cricket Club. The boundary circle is almost on the boundary at both ends behind the stumps.
Even that, like this, it's a block, defensive shot into the offside. That if Josh Davies wasn't there, it's probably 4 runs.
Been 4 runs, yeah.
Wow, the joys of cricket.
But hopefully it'll be the same for both sides.
Wow.
Well, last week they were altering the boundary.
Be honest with you, Tony, I'm half expecting Glamorgan. This isn't an official line, just my hunch that Glamorgan might declare after tea or even at tea, just so that both sides basically get a couple of hours to bat today.
Yeah.
With the forecast for Tuesday, Wednesday, with it being pre-season and the way that Sean Dixon was batting well on 80 odd and had to forgo a pre-season 100.
Yes, I tentatively thought that last week the university would have declared at 7 for no wicket when they were coming out on that last day.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to see that the Cardiff University side not being full strength. There's 3 or 4 lads I know playing the Devon Premier League who didn't come down with the Cardiff University side. You'd have thought the strongest guys would want to be picked to make it as good a game as possible, but sort of they had to reward who's been more committed to training.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as picking just 11 cricketers, is it?
No.
Sonny Baker's back, and that's a misfield from, is it Andy Mead at backward point for 4 runs? That's sloppy, really.
Yes.
Get away with that in pre-season, but in a couple of weeks' time, he'll be barked at and shouted at, and it's weird to see sort of well, Ben Green's almost a cover point, isn't he? Whereas Andy Mead's point and backwards point,
Yeah,
he's
just backward.
There's not really any excuse for that.
No.
It's pretty slow, and a slow outfield, lush long grass.
That's my sort of fielding.
You'd use a long barrier, wouldn't you, Tony?
If I got down to a long barrier, I'd never get up again. Not at my age.
We should confirm that tea will be at 4 o'clock, and there will not be extra. I thought they might try and make in extra overs after 6 o'clock, but it will be a strict
6 o'clock finish.
Yeah, so quite a few overs lost today, and likely to be further lost at the match. But then just the press day later in the week, and then 3 days of Gloucestershire away.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. So give the Cooper Associates County Ground outfielder a chance to recuperate.
Yes.
Oh, Sonny's lost his towel.
That should be a no ball now, I think.
Don't think he's noticed it, has he? Blackwell's facing the other way.
Yeah. As he does.
So any specific observations this morning, Tony, or earlier on this afternoon? Any things you've noticed? Any changes from last year from any of the personnel?
No, not really. There's always some new players, you know.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I find it very difficult to recognise the players from this height.
Oh, you can borrow my binoculars if you like. My binoculars have been sat here for the last 6 months, all winter.
I have used them once or twice. It would be nice. I know they got woolly sweaters on, but you can't put numbers onto woolly sweaters.
I guess I recognise them on their muscle or their gait or size. You know it must be Josh Davey at mid-on,
Yeah, he's the only one with a short-sleeve shirt on.
I guess, there's things that I wouldn't think that I just know that's me, that's Ben Green, that's Sonny Baker. I guess when you watch them throughout the season, you just pick up things that...
Yeah, I don't watch a vast amount of county cricket.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, George Thomas at short extra cover might be a face that not everyone's recognising.
Yeah, the long black hair.
We'll get our new cameraman to... One of our interns, Alex, I think, is on the camera at the moment. We'll get him to pan around, shall we, and show us some of the outfielders. Who do you want to show us, Alex? We'll show you on the live stream. So there we go. We can see extra cover. That's George Thomas. Not played much, but did go and play in the Junior Pakistan Super League. Whacked it a bit. Good player. Bowls a bit of seamers. Whacked it with a bat. He was playing in the One Day Cup 2 summers ago, but then had injuries last summer. So good to see him get a bit of chance. He probably won't be in the Kent Championship starting 11 when
You wouldn't have thought so.
Should get a good go in the One Day Cup.
Mm.
Might remember Josh Thomas, not to be confused with the left-hander. As Sonny Baker finishes a decent over. That was better, wasn't it? It was a bit short the way he was slapped by Chris Cook. Back to George Thomas there. So he's quite a strong lad. George Thomas plays local cricket in Taunton. Scored a fair few runs in the West of England Premier League and a few wickets. What's James Rue getting here? Is he going to get a helmet? We're going to see a bit of spin. Yeah, Shoaib Bashir is going to have a bowl. I'm excited for this. I always like watching.
He bowled 2 good overs before lunch.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Bashir from watching bowl earlier today?
Very interesting. 2 maidens, wasn't it? Hit the length straight away.
He turns it a lot. Steve Davies was very positive about him, keeping to him. Long fingers, turns the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Young lad. Play for Berkshire. And now going to be a regular for Somerset, pending Jack Leach's availability. When they need a spinner in the first few rounds.
Yes, that's a doubt for the summer, whether how many games Jack will actually play.
Yeah, getting some much deserved rest and recuperation currently.
Yes.
Might well see him in the Warwickshire game. Hopefully he will play in the early season rounds, but you know, I guess a lot of it does depend on the pitch and the weather conditions.
Yeah. Well, he'll need 1 or 2 games, though, won't he, under his belt.
And then the Ireland test in June, isn't it?
Yes.
Ireland into then the 5 tests of the Ashes are quite early. What was that? Mention Bancroft. You don't know his arrival date yet. Nice start from Bashir, straight on the money. These 2 catching mid-wickets, I like that.
Yeah, they had 2 at silly mid off with the left hand before lunch.
Tiny bit short.
That's 4 runs.
It seems harsh that it's 4 runs, but it's a short boundary.
Just pushed into the covers. He's only just crossed the boundary line, isn't it?
It's been a ridiculous high-scoring run rate this match, but I think part of that is down to the boundary size, and the fielders aren't exactly sprinting, giving it their all like they would in a full-season game.
They're not diving around,
no,
are they?
Not worth the injury this early in the season. I mean, Lewis Gregory's in a bit of an odd position. He's not quite on the 1 at 45. I don't think there would be a 1 to him, but he's hanging back a little bit. Sorry, Josh Davey at 45, and that was a more aggressive shot from Chris Kirk.
Yeah, you can spot Lewis Gregory easily enough. He's the only one with a bobble hat on.
And captain at the moment. Yes. Tom Abel's injury. Good to see Tom in the ground earlier. He's walking around okay, but not fit enough to play yet. It's slightly short, but not a cut. It's more of a back foot punch through cover. Before, not a lot that can be done. Just Bashir needs to pitch everything up, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can't afford to drop it short as a leg spinner, can you?
Any form of spinner, really. He does pitch it up and he gets smashed through covers.
Yes. That was slightly overpitched.
I remember Chris Cook has got a lot of runs. I think he got double 100 last season off the top of my head.
Yes. But fine. Backward square legs going out to cover boundary.
The actual wicket is playing fairly well, isn't it? The actual pitch for a March 22 yards.
I think it's been seaming, obviously, because it's green, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you already spoken? I don't want to steal your thunder. Have you already mentioned the excitement of Cam Bancroft coming to play for Somerset in the opening 4 games of the season?
Not yet.
Oh, they might have seen that announced this morning. It's been sorted out for the first few games when Matt Henry's away with New Zealand duty. So
not quite like for like.
No. But it makes sense with Tom Abel being injured. Likely for the first couple of games. Bancroft could probably come in at 3. We reckon Dixon and Lammerby will open the batting.
Yes. Well, Dixon looked very good last week.
Yes. Quality player. Former Durham and Kent.
Yeah.
And I thought he was a steady Eddie, sort of solid opener, and he did whack it, didn't he? 80 off 81 balls last week.
he waited for the bad ball and
Yeah,
then
and there
clouded
were,
it.
he was given a fair few bad
Yes,
balls there. We
yes.
mentioned from the
Yeah.
uni students from Cardiff, but
Yeah.
and there, you know, it was
Well,
rain delayed all week, wasn't it? So
Those of us from Cardiff are always very kind.
trying to make a round wicket. Bit of swing there.
Yes. I watched Sonny playing one of the Royal London Cup games last year, and he was quite quick. Ooh, that kept it a bit low, didn't it? Need a shovel to play that one.
Likes a full straight Yorker, does Baker. All it says was a Yorker, so it just stayed low, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to have the extra cameras and extra technology this year. This is a test stream. We'll keep mentioning it says a test stream, so don't expect it to be perfect, but we're showing you a few of our new tricks and gizmos. He's crunched that, hasn't he? Good fielding by Ben Green in the covers.
Yes.
So we've got a deep, long leg. Hands in pockets, keeping warm down there. Is that Lewis Goldsworthy? Yeah, I believe so. And that there, fielded by the mid-off man. Is that George Thomas or Andy Mead? And see, there's me telling I can tell all the players. Andy and Mead. Yeah. Got the new hats. You can tell that the different colour hats of Mead and Thomas, having not played so many games. Nothing like Hildreth's. Well, I don't call it baggy, but tarnished old hat that he's had for years. Too short, sorry. Both ends has been too short. The spinner, Bashir's dropped too short. Back for a punch for 4. Baker's been slapped over extra cover. And now he's been pulled to the same side by the left-hander this time.
Yeah. Takes Glamorgan to 233.
Do get involved in the YouTube comments. We've got people telling us where they're listening in from and asking a few questions. And there will be far more people listening in a couple of weeks' time when we're here hosting Warwickshire.
No doubt.
But great to see Sonny Baker, a young man, in action and looking fit. He's had so many injury worries with his back, and sad to see, really. But him and his young brother Blaze are exciting quick bowlers. Woo Live Cricket, says Lady B, one of our Spanish, who does a great job moderating the comments on the YouTube page.
You can't beat live cricket.
No. Pleasant surprise to have some commentary. And operator Todd wants me to give my predictions for the year. Oh, I'm terrible at predictions. I think Somerset will do well. I'm really excited for Sean Dixon, Tom Kohler-Cadmore particularly. Sonny Baker might play a few championship games if he stays fit, gives us a different option. Bashir, as we see now, bowling full and straight, is a very exciting prospect when Jack Leach is away. So I am excited, but I'm always positive about Somerset's chances.
They've got a good side.
They probably underachieved last year with the personnel they had on paper.
Yes.
Should do better this year, surely. Bit of a short ball there, but there's a cover, deep cover sweeper in Josh Davey now. You've been doing both ends all day, Tony. I was about to say which end should we do, really, but You've been, you know when they say when someone bowls rubbish and they say, oh, get them on at both ends.
Yeah.
You've been commentating at both ends all day, haven't you?
Yeah.
What, do you want to take an end each? Which end do you fancy?
I don't mind.
I'll take the rest of this while Tony has a joke, has a coughing fit. So we've got the left hander with 2 catching covers in. Oh, slapped through the covers. To the right, Billy Root. He's got those wristy, the hockey wrists, I think. The wristy flicks through the covers. More of a slap, really. Slap that to the right of one of the short covers. Lewis Goldsworthy's got no chance at point. And it's a fairly quick outfield for the amount of rain we've had. The ball has come back from the Somerset stand. No longer with green seats. I used to always call that the green seats.
Mm-hmm.
It seems wrong, doesn't it? It's sad. Fresh lick of white paint. Lewis Goldsworthy can feel this one now. Bashir with Lewis Gregory now with a bobble hat and short extra cover, allowing Casey Aldridge. The big man going to slip. Ooh, bit of an edge was that? Just bobbled out in front of square. No, Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton. Craig Overton's gone in at slip. Casey Aldridge and Lewis Gregory are now the 2 cover catchers. Ben Green at square cover. And that's Lewis Gregory doing the field in there, tumbling over. And that's a better over from Bashir, but still had that slap through the covers from Billy Root.
Yeah. We'll allow him 1 ball at his age.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too harsh on him too early in his career.
Somerset.
The coaching brigade. Glamorgan. Oh, Matt Maynard. Back on his old ground. Paul Tweddle, I see there. Andy Hurry. Who else can we see? Yeah, the other 2 Glamorgan coaches.
Good question.
Putting pressure on the Glamorgan correspondent here.
Yeah. Well, I left Glamorgan when I was in 1964.
You mean to say Matt Maynard wasn't coaching him then?
No, I don't think he was even born.
Yeah, former, was he director of cricket here?
Yeah.
Good to see him all having a
It's
chat.
Sonny Baker again. Over the wicket. Chris Cook clipped it away through mid-on, 4 runs. Replay coming up. You muted, no chance to catch it.
And your Meads chased a lot of leather in the last hour.
Yes.
Supposed to be the man that has to go and chase it to the boundary more often than not.
Must be the position he's in. He's covering a lot of ground there, isn't he? Mid-on. He's from square leg to mid-off. He's all his. All waft outside leg stump by Chris
quick,
Cook.
didn't it?
That might have reached the puddles if he chipped it over the net.
Yeah.
It's a very good idea having that netting up in front of that water. Save the ball having a few swims. Chris Cook, bat raised ready. Clip that straight to the 1 man on the boundary. Fine leg, 1 run.
That was quite hard to field actually. It flew out to deep.
It did, yeah. A couple of yards either side of him would have been 4.
Yeah, quite.
Billy Root has had 1 big life this afternoon, but he lost his off stump to a no ball.
Yeah, pretty decent delivery that.
Yes.
In a couple of no balls.
That's 4 runs.
5 yards past the 30-yard circle.
Yeah.
Boundary.
Stood up and begged, here I am, hit me.
Ben Green is practicing his short leg fielding, but there's nothing that any close fielder could have done about that slap off the back foot from Billy Root.
No.
The hockey wrist
Yes,
rolling it through the covers.
It was through the gap. You can't cover every eventuality, can you?
No. I need to do today's Stumple, Tony. Have you ever done Stumple?
No.
No, it's like the Wordle craze, these word of the day.
Oh, I do Wordle every morning.
Oh, do you? I'm trying to think of I do a cricketer every day. Try and work out who it might be. Just had Polly, the scorer next door, saying hello. Well, we should get her on commentary, really, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Too busy scoring, but.
Well, she can do something else. You can just stick a microphone on her. She can chatter.
Yeah, I could use some coloured pens and flash my lights to the umpires. As she's doing right now. Sonny Baker aborts his run up. Good to see him. We've had Ian Blackwell swap his umpiring duties for his commentary duties.
Yeah. Well, I'm not umpiring much this year. My back won't let me, so I'm going to score for Middlesley.
Oh no, it's happened twice. You need one of those little chairs.
Yeah, I tried using a shooting stick last year to umpire. My grandson was batting, and he nearly killed me. He just hooked one. It went straight past my left ear.
Oh no.
3 times.
This is not a good sign, Sonny Baker.
He's losing his run-up, isn't he?
I don't think it's an injury. I think it's just losing his run-up.
Yeah, just losing his...
I've never seen it 3 times. You see a tennis serve sometimes, or they lose the throw, they toss it in the wind, or in darts they call it the yips. But I don't think I've ever seen a bowler running 3 times and then, come on, Sonny, 4th time lucky. After all that, if he'd bowled a wide, it'd have been few.
Yes.
Josh Davies trying to give some advice.
Well, he's bowled enough himself, Josh Davies, and he'd be able to give advice. And
So we've got 15 minutes till tea.
Yeah, a bit 17. I think 251 for 5. Cook on 36, is it?
It's going to be a bit
Root
weird,
on 44.
An hour and 40-minute session after tea is going to be a bit odd.
Yes.
You always think, they want their food, don't they?
Are they good?
I reckon Somerset might have a bat, just to make sure both teams bat and bowl, because also the Glamorgan top 7 have all had a bat now.
Yes.
So Glamorgan bowlers all want to have a go. That's, Pre-seeders getting the best out of things. All the Somerset bowlers have had a little trundle now. As Bashir is going to continue. Now, the split between the straight, almost mid-on, silly mid-on, and the square, silly mid-wicket is a big old gap now covered by a mead. Interesting field set from Lewis Gregory here.
Yeah. It's a strange field, isn't it?
Can't quite work out what he's trying to do here.
And Gregory's come across to the offside.
Yeah. That's a great shot.
A lovely
actually.
play. Yeah.
It could
Deserved
be
more
could be
than
4.
one.
Yes, FSM, the dog, agrees with me. It's weird not seeing Hildreth with his very faded cap in the slips, but Craig Overton with sunglasses on optimistically on the back of his head. How has he found that cap, Billy Root? Incredible, really. There's about half a step between the 2 short extra covers. And Lewis Gregory is baffled that fair play Billy Root having a little giggle about it now. He's done so well. It almost went through his legs. I'm
not sure they want to have caught it, mind if it...
No, it was flying. I mean, it's not freezing cold outside.
No.
I'm watching on the deck down below, not too cold, but Lewis Gregory probably could just wear a cap, not a woolly bobbly hat, but I think it's part of a pre-season ritual. You can get away with it, can't you?
Yeah.
Pete Siddle used to love steaming in with his bobble hat. He'll be off cycling somewhere, I'm sure, with the Sheffield Shield, having finished yesterday, I believe. Talking about Sheffield Shield, if you missed it, Cam Bancroft is on his way to Taunton for the first 4 games. the leading Sheffield Shield top run scorer, having won the whole competition.
Excellent. Let's hope his form continues. Tucked away, kept a bit low.
Yeah.
Bright sunlight now. The shadows gone off. The floodlights have gone off the pitch.
We're gonna see
Casey Aldridge.
yeah. Sonny Baker's gonna have a little break.
Sonny Baker's having a break. Casey Aldridge coming onto board from this Trescothick end.
And we should shout out the museum, shouldn't we? Mike from Ilminster. He's one of the anchors on the live stream. He's also the museum man, trying to get hold of Hildreth's cap to go along with his bat in the museum. Do wander down and have a look in the museum when you're here at the ground. Well worth looking at. Plenty of news site and good tales and stories being updated regularly. There is a website as well to have a look at. For another 370 people watching and listening. If you can make it to the Cooper Associates County Ground, do go and have a look. Quick from Casey Aldridge. Been a lot of work in the nets. A Western Supermare lad. He's been playing with Pete Trieger the last couple of years, who we're going to have back on comms in a couple of weeks. Yeah, Casey's can bat as well. Got 50 the other week. He genuine all-rounder. Not maybe quite yet. Not quite Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory ilk, but
useful to have around.
Definitely a bowling all-rounder. Decent number 8, I suppose.
Got his radar to get sorted out at the moment. Fairly wide off stump. Nice big patch of blue sky above the ground at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes we should be out in the sunshine.
Anybody think it was spring? A bit better. Root hurried into the shot a little bit. Root wanting 1 for his 50.
Interesting story on BBC this morning about this competition in Africa, going for the T10, another franchise tournament popping up.
Oh. Is that a professional one or an amateur one?
Yeah, the African Cricket Association. Because of the Abu Dhabi T10, and then the further story. Well, it'd be great to see more domestic African players get involved in high-level cricket, but
yes,
it's going to be an African T20 Premier League competition, but they keep changing their mind and trying to get it to start in 2024. Might be postponed.
Sort of thing you believe when it happens.
But like that European Super League, it was going to happen and then it didn't, sadly.
Yes.
Well, it's great for the smaller countries to get opportunities and experience at the high level and make money or whatever. There's so many leagues going around, and then the likes of Finch and Storness going to play in the States during the county championship seems a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. But players can make such a good living just playing one-day cricket, can't they?
As Will Smead will probably show us the next few years.
Yes. Yeah, Will's a friend of my grandson's. My grandson makes his bats.
Yes, world-class Will. Yeah, Ben was our intern here last year, wasn't he?
2 years ago.
2 years,
2 years ago, yeah.
We had a good lot of interns. Ben making bats. Ben Redwin's joined the dark side, joined Surrey, controversially. 2 interns from last year. One's come back this year. We've got 2 new interns this year. So shout out to Alex and Sachin, who do a lot of camera work and videos and helping out Todd, Ben and the team. Plenty of work that goes on behind the scenes here.
Yes, oh yes.
We'll just take the glory by talking.
Yeah, we can do the
You gotta give a shout.
the on-air bit, yeah.
Shout out to the people whispering in our ear. Bashir then back in and well played. I love
Lovely shot.
late third man. Oh, Now, Josh Davey definitely could have dived for that.
Yeah.
Josh Davey was over the ball, on top of the ball, and sort of escorted it. I mean, there's not diving because you don't want to get injured in pre-season, but that was almost an excuse.
Perhaps he didn't fancy diving into the muddy bits.
I think he knows that was poor, really. This is becoming very gentle and friendly, isn't it?
Yes, well, so it should be a pre-season like this.
Yeah. I think he could have just put a boot down. It was trickling quite slowly in the end. There's Gregory diving at short extra cover.
Gosh.
I suppose the close infielders are diving a yard either side, but the boundary.
You can understand why the boundary riders are not.
Slapped.
That's full.
Yeah. That's the only really boundaries we've seen off the spinner, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slightly short. Slapped through the offside. Todd's loving the replay button.
Yeah, just showing it again.
Just remember, comment on the YouTube stream. It is March, it is pre-season. Give it a couple of weeks and we'll be back to a bit more normal as we see it advancing down the track. Chris Cook with fielding, but she has his own ball. I mean, she should have probably been stopped to mid-off anyway. So.
How many runs has Chris Cook got? I can't see. 40.
He's on 44, yeah.
44, yeah.
Might want to get his 50 before tea, just in case they do declare.
Yes.
In 8 minutes' time, both of them might want to reach 50.
Well, Billy Root's only got to get one, isn't he?
I believe this will be the highest stand of the match so far.
These Biden in England put on 89, isn't it?
Yeah,
something like
nearly
that.
100 now. Eddie Byram, of course, formerly of these parts. Taunton man.
164.
Oh, that's a great shot. Cover drive, actually. Splitting the gap between Lewis Gregory at short extra cover and mid-off. Fielded by the coaching staff, still having a chat in front of the Colin Atkinson Lake behind the netting. I just named it that. It's not officially called the Colin Atkinson Lake, but why not?
It's a good name. Is that 259 now, is it?
269.
269. Well, that's a 100 partnership then. Last week it fell at 164.
Yep, threw that over. That's why I was bigging them up, the 100 partnership. And that's 48 overs gone. So it's coming at a fair rate, but again, it's hard to judge economy rates when you're playing on a pitch that's funny old shape and small. And
small boundaries. I'd fancy batting with small boundaries like this.
You should have offered to umpire.
Yeah, if I could have stood, I'd love to.
Ben Green does dive, does try. George Thomas will make more of an effort than Josh Davies. Oh, no, he won't.
He tried, missed
then
it.
Then he left.
And that's Billy Root's 50. Takes him to 53.
He's batted very well, but, well, we shouldn't give it as an antidote, but there's been some very generous Somerset fielding by there.
Yes.
Great standards. But no, you still got to hit the runs.
Yeah.
So Billy Root has made it to 50 before tea. Now, there should still be one over after this. Will Chris Cook get
Well, he should take a single now and give Chris Cook a few balls.
I don't think they'll be worried too much about 50s and pre-season games,
No.
but it sounds good, doesn't it? It looks good.
Yeah.
If I'm writing a Glamorgan pre-season, a preview for their season, I'd say Root and Cook scoring 50s in pre-season. Nice partnership here.
You could almost think once they get to 50 pre-season, they might decide to take a little walk and have a rest. Give someone else a chance.
Yeah, I might have to have a wander around the ground at tea, have a look in the new Somerset stand, at the new painted white seats. No one sat there currently. There's a few people on Gimlet's Hill. Just been told off by Todd and me that their brand new seat's not painted. Well, yeah, but it doesn't make any difference from here. They just look a different colour.
We did have one chap in the Hildreth stand earlier on.
Yes,
One
the James
man
Hildreth
sitting.
stand. How have I not mentioned that yet? And yeah, the old Marcus Gothic stand. Then it was the River stand because we're currently in the Marcus Gothic Pavilion, and now it's the James Hildreth stand.
Yes.
I think it'll probably just become the Hildreth stand. Yeah, you got the Hildreth stand, the Botham stand. In sunshine over the far side.
That was a good stop.
And the Meads in the action. Will probably open the batting well. Yeah, we've got Dixon, Lammerby and the Mead. So trying to work out what order we might see slightly different to last week and slightly different to the county championship opener, just to give people a bat basically.
Yeah, well, Dixon's not in the squad today, is he?
No, and neither is Tom Abel, of course, with his
No.
injury. So we're
All
going to see
Lammonby, I think.
different people get a go, which is quite nice. That's what pre-season's for.
Yeah. Jack Brooks wasn't in the squad we were given. Did he get?
No, I would always take squads like this with a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
Pre-season squads.
They said Lammonby's not actually playing either today.
There's people around about who've got some whites they can whack on. They might come and have a few overs rather than just train indoors.
Oh, we got a bowling change, isn't it? Overton. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay,
Aldridge.
You can't change mid-over, Tony.
No.
You're going mad, and
I am.
You're a solo commentary of the day.
No,
I didn't come and relieve you early enough.
It's senile. I'm getting old.
So this should be the final over. Sherwood Bashir, unless he reels for a rapid maiden. I'll go now.
Oh, he could do. I reckon I got 4 minutes left on my watch.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to get another over in the faffing around James Roos doing. Blackwell's having a chat with Lewis Gregory.
Yeah.
Overton's got his hand in the pocket joining in the conversation. Blackwell's sort of been mates and played with and against these guys over the years. So
Yeah.
local umpire who will have a good chat with the Somerset faithful. Lewis Gregory's still not sure where he's going. He's still chatting to Blackwell from cover to square leg.
Blackie was at the golf club I play at the other day.
Is that Wedmore?
No, Enmore.
Ah, righto, yep.
He was playing with Mike Burns and our touring professional Dave Dixon.
Good golfers, I'm sure.
Yes.
Plenty of time to play golf cricket, isn't it? So the mid-off and mid-on are fairly straight. We've now got the weird sort of...
It's a strange field, isn't it?
Yeah, the catching mid-wicket, the catching mid-on are still there.
Catching short extra.
Deep square legs in the shade. You won't want to be in the shade in March. You'd want to be in the sun for a bit more warm. He's not going to catch that. Deep square leg and, well,
That's Cook's 50.
Slit might be able to get it.
That's Cook's 50 anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, well batted. Bashir's not happy.
No.
Well batted, Chris Cook.
Yeah.
Good 50.
51 for Chris Cook.
No applause from the ground. It feels like we're back in lockdown. There's no one watching them from the retirement flat. We haven't done hashtag flat watch yet, but there's it one person sat at the far end actually. Normally you'd hear a spattering of applause at least for an opposition 50, but
there's only about 20, 30 people in the ground, and they're all round on our right here.
There's a parcel force van. He might have clapped.
Yeah.
Clapped at 50. That looked quicker and flatter from Bashir. Almost like he's trying an arm ball, a seam upper. Just to keep Cook guessing something different.
But you've got to keep trying, haven't you?
Leach is your consistent bowler who bowls in the spot all the time. Bashir's going to be a little bit more attacking with a few more variations.
Yeah. Might get it tonked a bit.
Yeah. Might take
But he might get the odd balls. Yeah, wicket with a bad ball.
3 balls left, 2 minutes till tea. Well, if there's another boundary, then might. Ooh. That drop catch, James Drew, inside edge, I think.
The keeper's got no chance with those.
James Drew just back from a...
Speaking as an
Sydney.
ex-keeper.
Craig Overton's nearly headbutted Ben Green. Throwing the ball in the air, then both going for it. There's always a bit of comedy around pre-season, some of the daft things they do.
They're all enjoying themselves. And why not?
I was going to come up all day tomorrow and Wednesday to do a bit more commentary, but we'll keep monitoring the forecast and see if it's worthwhile. It's going to rain a bit more overnight, sadly. Use of the feet by Chris Cook. Gorgeous shot through the covers.
4 runs.
Don't need a run for that. The fence will stop it from going into Lake Colin Atkinson.
So I should be here tomorrow, but I shan't be here Wednesday.
Bring your flippers tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, it is going to be tea after this ball, surely.
Yes. Should be.
Trying to dry the ball off is Bashir. Not rain today, but that feels still a little bit damp.
279.
Glorious.
Make that 283.
Catching ball. Now, he could just leave the ball, George Thomas, because George Bartlett's running out to get it, but he could just leave it there.
Yeah, they're all
ready for them to walk off.
They're going.
Straight off. It was hardly worth getting the ball back.
Yeah. So a T on the first day. Glamorgan are 279 for 5. Cook is 53. Route 53.
Yep, we'll leave you for 20 minutes or so and you have a bit of test commentary, test stream afterwards at about 4:20. From
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground for the final session of the day. The news is that Glamorgan declared their tea time score of 283 for 5, made in 50 overs. And Glamorgan are now going to have, Somerset are now going to have a bat. Looks like a very pleasant evening here. Play should carry on until the scheduled close of play at 6 o'clock. I understand we're not going to extend the play to make up for the morning loss. The opening bowler from the far end is Harry Podmore, who's new to Glamorgan, recently signed a contract. And the opening batsmen for Somerset are Andy Umid and Steve Davis. Fairly attacking field for Glamorgan, 4 slips, 2 saving 1 on the offside, 2 saving 1 on the leg side, and deep fine leg. Well wide of off stump, totally ignored by Andy Umid. Another ball, batsman shoulders arms, goes through to keeper Chris Cook. In the slips here we've got David Lloyd, first slip, Sam Northeast, second slip, Colin Ingram, third slip, and Kieran Carlson at fourth. A good diving stop for Glamorgan by Andrew Salter. Just 1 run for Andy Umid, gets him off the mark. And brings Steve Davis to face. Final ball of the first over. Something of an involuntary stroke by Steve Davis. He almost looked to be leaving the ball. We got him 4 runs. Sun blazing down here in Taunton. Looks like Jamie McElroy to open the bowling from this end. Left arm quick bowler. Going to start with 3 slips, 2 saving 1 on the offside, 3 saving 1 on the leg side, and a fine leg. Plays it into James Harris at mid-on. Hit hard to mid-on, bouncing just in front of Harris. Could have been the first wicket. Played back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. Another arm drive over the head of Harris this time. Just crept for 4. That's 4 runs for Umid. Victor Glamorgan scored 9 for no wicket. Umid 5, Davis 4. We'd beaten with that one. Played and missed. Through to keeper Cook. Well wide of off stump, totally ignored by Umid. So after 2 overs, Glamorgan on 9 for no wicket. Umid on 5, Davis on 4. It'll be Potmore again from the far end. The Ian Botham stand end. deflected shot again by Davis. Well fielded. By Ed Byram, number 97. This time Podmore pitched it up. Davis pushed it gently to mid-off. No thought of a run. Davis, this time straight drives. Hasn't quite timed it. Just a single. He thought about two, but decided against it. A very loose shot from Umead, caught behind by Chris Cook. Off the bowling of Podmore. Halfway through the third over, Somerset are now 9 for 1. Good start for Glamorgan here. A very wide ball. Slashed at by Umead. He needn't have been playing it really. Just a giveaway wicket. George Thomas has come into bat at number 3. McIlroy bowling again. Wide off stump, ignored by Davis. Another one wide of off stump. Field hasn't altered since the first over. 4 slips, 4 saving 1, and a fine leg. Davis didn't seem to know a lot about that one. Fended away this time. Picked up by Andrew Salter at backward point. That's better. Played away by Davis through the covers. 4 runs. End of the 4th over, Somerset 14 for 1. George Thomas still yet to score. And Steve Davis on 9. Batsman out is Andy Umead, who was caught by keeper Cook off Padmore for 5. Thomas now off the mark, crunching Padmore through mid-wicket for 4. Bit of a reflex shot there from George Thomas. Just steered it to backward point. Everything seems rather peaceful around at the moment. A very light breeze, sun shining. Not a lot happening in the cricket. Thomas beaten on the front foot. He came back at him, going through the gate. A flashing off drive this time from Thomas. Straight in and hit the water bottles that are sitting at the side of just over the boundary. Saved the fielder a long run. There's a loose ball outside off stump that got what it deserved. Somewhat more edgy shot from Thomas this time. Same result, 4 runs. Just past Salter, cover point. Kieran Carlson's grappling under the covers to retrieve the ball. Thomas gone on very quickly to 12. Defensive shot to end the over. It's 26 for 1 of 5 overs. Thomas on 12, Davis on 9. It's McElroy again, Jamie McElroy, number 35. The Trescothic end. Bowling to Steve Davis. Pushes it out on the offside, no run. Morgan slips a little less staggered than a number of sides. Davies pushes that one through the covers. Gentle 4 runs. Most sides these days have a deep first slip, second slip, third slip and fourth slip, all facing forward. Glamorgan's are more of a curve. More of the traditional type positions. The reflex shot again from Davis. The backward point, no run. The forward defensive shot from Davis. Again to Andrew Salter, cover point. No run. Salter coming to the end of his 3rd over. Another reflex shot from Davis to 4th slip. No run. Salter's about 3 overs for 12. Podmore 3 overs and taking 1 for 18. Somerset score is 30 for 1 wicket. after 6 overs. Is Podmore in again? Thomas forward, pushed out onto the onside. No run. Looks like George Thomas is gone. Trudging off. Skied up into the air. Easily caught in front of square. Somerset seem to be finding ways of getting themselves out. He was caught by Eddie Byram off Podmore for 12. It was not a good ball. Short. Thomas just mistimed it. Somerset are now 30 for 2. And this is Lewis Goldsworthy batting at 4. Tried to turn that to mid-wicket and got it to cover instead. A slightly involuntary shot again, a short pitch ball. Steered to Carlson at backward point. Sorry, to Salter at backward point. Wide of off stump this time. Totally ignored. Podmore again to Goldsworthy. Backward defensive shot. Picked up by Salter again. End of the over. Podmore now has 2 for 18 in his 4 overs. Glamorgan, Somerset are 30 for 2. It's going to be McElroy to continue from the Trescothick end. Bowling to Steve Davis. Steve Davis should be nice and rested as he didn't field. James Rue kept wicket in the first innings. Good length ball. Played back down the wicket, fielded by the bowler. Flowing off drive by Davis to a well pitched up delivery. Gains him 4 more runs. Fielded right in front of the pavilion by one of the Glamorgan squad who are not playing, Dan Douthwaite. No, a belated call from umpire Ian Blackwell. That was a 6. The first 6 of the Somerset innings. That ball was defended just to mid-off. Davis seemed to have plenty of time to play that. He was waiting for the ball to come to him. He's pushed down this time to mid-on. Again, no run. James Harris warming up at mid-off. Right arm seam bowler. Expecting a call shortly, no doubt. Again, Davis played that with plenty of time. Out to cover point, Salter fielded. Harry Podmore continuing from the Lordian Botham stand end. Somerset are 36 for 2 after 8 overs. Tucked away in the leg side. by Lewis Goldsworthy for a single. Field all change over for the left-hander. Carlson drops out to backward point. So we have a cover point and a backward point for Steve Davis now. Bit short, hooked your way straight through mid-wicket for 4. Picked up again by 12th man Dan Douthwaite. Saving the fielders running around. It's Podmore in again to Davis. Driven to mid-off. Davis again drives nicely, this time to mid-on. The umpires exchange signals. There are 2 balls left in the over. Podmore in again. Turns Davis square. He's playing it towards mid-wicket. He gets it out almost to the boundary at backward point. Sneaky 2. Podmore for the last ball of the over. David just pushes it out to mid-off. The Glamorgan fielders jog to their new positions. Some of them do, some of them walk gently. There's McIlroy to continue at this end. And Harris continues his warm-up, dropping hints to skippers. Left-handed McIlroy in again. Goldsworthy pushes it towards mid-on. Carlson fields. He's come out of 4th slip. He's now at mid-wicket. 1 of 5, saving 1 in the ring. Playing a miss from Goldsworthy. So we now have 3 slips. 2 on the offside, saving 1. 3 on the leg side, saving 1. And a backward square leg. Not quite on the very short boundary. A few yards inside it. McIlroy again in. Goldsworthy pushes. Carlson fields. Been there before. I suspect the coconut matting that's down there is protecting the wicket that will be used for the Warwickshire game in a couple of weeks' time, the first county championship home game. Carson again, play forward, a bit of an inside edge, goes to mid-on. Harris picks up. So much easier for commentators when players have numbers on the back of their shirts and sweaters. Play and a miss by Goldsworthy. Ball, typical left arm over the wicket, going away from the right-hand batsman. It's McIlroy again, into Goldsworthy. The leg stump. Clip to Carlson at mid-wicket. End of the over. Somerset 41 for 2. Sorry. .43 for 2. The scoreboards are still a bit messed up. The name Davis is slapped. Craig Overton and his dog there on screen. See the big number 25 in the corner of the scoreboard there. On the other scoreboard we have the name of Davis slapped straight across all the scores. That's 4 for Davis, down to third man. Podmore's field now 3 slips. Backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, mid-wicket region, and a fine leg. But that beats fine leg. Finer than fine leg. 4 more runs for Davis. Jamie McIlroy, fine leg, had no chance of cutting that off. It's Podmore again. And for a defensive shot. Ball goes about 5 yards. Davis steered that one to backward point. No run. Picked the fielder out perfectly. No ball called by Ben Peveril. 2 extra to the total. And 1 run. Goes up by 3. That's 50 up for Somerset. 51. 2. Sorry, I'm behind. 54 for 2. Left by Goldsworthy. David Lloyd going off for a rest. Replaced on the field by Dan Douthwaite, number 88. And it's McElroy to continue from the Trescothic end. First ball let go by Davis. He's now on 34. Goldsworthy, I think on 1. Yeah, Goldsworthy on 1. Davis pushes to backward point again. No run. James Harris continues to warm up at mid-off. That one pushed out just on the offside. The new fielder Dan Douthwaite. This time pushed out on the leg side. Tim van de Gutten fields. This one's turned away to square leg. Barely reaches umpire Ben Peveril. 1 more to Davis. An immaculate forward defensive shot from Goldsworthy to finish the over. Another fielding change for Glamorgan. Van de Gutten's gone off. I suspect it's Billy Root who's come on. And a bowling change at the Botham stand end. James Harris. Pushed to mid-on by Davis, no run. Harris started his career with Glamorgan and went to Middlesex for a few years and came back last year. Pushed to mid-on again by Davis. Tuck Davis up a little bit. Got it to backward square leg, just for a single. Kieran Carlson rejigging his field a little bit. Get 4 slips in. Billy Roots come from backward square leg to cover point. Driven to mid-on, no run. So we got 4 slips. 4 fielders saving 1. 2 on the off, 2 on the leg. And a fine leg. Goldrew did not know a lot about that one. Dropped at his feet. Luckily stopped, didn't spin back into his stumps. Just seen a replay on the screen. Immaculate forward defensive shot this time. Tim van der Gugten replacing Jamie McElroy at the Trescothick end. There's 2 more fielders wander off to be replaced by 2 wandered off a few minutes ago. Cricket should perhaps always be a 13-a-side game. There's Tim van der Gugten to Steve Davis. 4 slips. 4 saving 1, 3 on the off, 1 on the leg, and a deep square leg. That's clipped down to fine leg. Deep square leg runs across fields. And continues his run across the field to deep square leg the other side. Wide outside the off stump. A big waft by Goldsworthy. Totally missed the ball. Not good cricket all round. Poor ball, poor shot. Another waft outside the off stump. This time he connected, but straight to Ed Byram. Backward point. Byram made a good stop. For defensive shot, parried by the fourth slip. Single to Goldsworthy. Yorker, well kept out by Davis. Left a huge inviting gap at cover, or extra cover. Must be 30 yards between the two fielders. Both hit at mid-off and the backward point. Up and straight back down the wicket. After 14 overs, Glamorgan 58 for 2. Goldsworthy on 2, Davis on 36. It's still James Harris in Botham stand end. Forward defensive shot, ended up a little bit of an inside edge. Goldsworthy pushed it to mid-on. Harris in, giving Goldsworthy a little bit of a hurry up. Pushed to mid-wicket. Batting doesn't look easy out there at the moment. Goldsworthy still having trouble. Turned square. Still missed it. It's Harris again. Another good ball. Goldsworthy happy just to push it to mid-on. Goldsworthy turned that one off his hip. Just a single down to fine leg. Van der Gutten has a long track from fine leg to fine leg. Davis steers that to backward point. Combination two fielders manages to stop it. Glamorgan wicketkeeper Chris Cook obviously feeling a little cool. They're called for a sweater. It's Van der Gutten coming from the Trescothic end again. The sun on his left shoulder. Good pace, good bounce. Taken by Chris Cook at chest high. Goldsworthy beaten again. He's trying to push forward. Made no contact with the ball and then lost his balance slightly. Well taken by Cook. Another involuntary shot from Goldsworthy. Not a chance, but went into the slips. It just about stopped. It was Sam Northeast who actually made the stop. Push into the offside this time. Gets Goldsworthy a single. Goldsworthy's now on 4. Seems to be with us a long time. Davis on 36. Davis just pushes that one. Van der Gutten now round the wicket. The 7-2 field. No one on the leg side between mid-on and backward square leg. Deep backward square leg. Tries to Harris again coming in from the Lothian Botham stand end. That's quite a mouthful to say. Four slips. Again, Lewis Goldsworthy hurried into his shot slightly with the pace of Harris. Goldsworthy stuck to his crease trying to play that one. Not very convincingly. As the shadows lengthen here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. But at least the sun is shining, which I gather is more than it's due to do tomorrow. Could be quite a few drops of rain again in the morning. He played that a long way from his body. Still manages to get 4 backward of square leg. Not the most elegant looking shot he's played. Bat was a long way from the body and both edges exposed. Like he got away with it. Harris again coming in. Tried hard to get an edge and failed. Ball returned by Billy Root to bowler James Harris. Shadows are now sort of a pitch and a half width in length. An involuntary shot gets him 4 runs to the very short third man boundary. I think that's now 8 for Goldsworthy. Doubled his total with that one shot. Push down to backward, deep backward square leg for a single and to keep the bowling. Right, I can take a little break. Harry and Ben coming in.
County Ground, who is it saying you can't play cricket in March? We're going to have to go again, Ben.
Are we live now? Good evening, everyone. Slight director problem.
Ben Warren out of the director's box, and it's all gone to pot as he goes for a stint of commentary. But that's an absolute jaffer that Lewis Goldsworthy's just done well to miss outside the off stump. Well bowled by Timmy van der Houten.
It's great to have the sun shining. Great to be back in the commentary box pre-season.
Yeah, it is indeed. Seagulls. I've been asked 3 times about my predictions for the season, Ben. Are we doing a WPA Predictions League this year?
We are, yeah.
I need to start getting mine ready. Decent leave outside the off stump from Lewis Goldsworthy. Not going to risk edging that to one of the 4 slips, waiting for the Glamorgan.
It's been a good day's cricket.
It has. Yep, just had a quick chat with Craig Oates on the way up here, and he was saying he's hoping to not bat tonight. Grateful to get a few overs in his legs, but pre-season's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? Know how much effort do you put in? You want to get bowling fit, but don't want to put too much effort in it. We see a seagull just go over the top of the Glamorgan fielders. And is that Billy Rooter mid-off jumping up to try and grab its wings? Goals.
Been a good pitch, I think.
Yes.
Slightly slow, of course, at this time of year, but it's given given the batters and the bowlers an opportunity to get a good workout today. So, yeah, given the inclement weather over the last few days, it's been lovely to get out and play some cricket.
Yeah, big kudos to the ground staff to get this game on amongst the floods we've had over the West Country the last 2 weeks. Here we are.
But yeah, thanks to everyone who's tuned in today. Very much still working on our live stream ahead of the summer. We've taken a lot of things out. We've had to sort of strip everything back and sort of almost start again, actually, to kind of get to improve the service. We really need to take things back to square one, and piece by piece we're building things back up to make it better. So yeah, forgive us for not being able to put anything out against Cardiff, and today's obviously still very much a test broadcast, but yeah, long term this will be a really good solution, as that's driven for 4 by Steve Davis, who's looked in good touch.
Yeah, lovely shot from Steve Davies. Great to see him have a bit of time in the middle. On to 40 already. We're trying to get Combox cam on so you can see Ben Warren's face, but I might have just broken it, pressed the wrong button, Ben. I don't know what's going on.
There's plenty of time for sort that out. But yeah, so thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate it. And we're not quite where we're going to be for the regular season in terms of lots of bits and pieces, but we are working hard, getting everything set up, ready for that game against Warwickshire on the 6th. One of the features that we are trying is sort of the replay systems being changed. Yeah, as I mentioned, we've had to kind of we were at a level with the stream where
big shout
big
for
appeal.
LBW.
He's got a little inside edge on that, quite difficult to tell from this angle. We'll have a look on the replay in a minute, but trapped on the crease is Lewis Goldsworthy there.
Useful bowler is Harris, full and straight, making Goldsworthy struggle there. Stayed a bit low.
Might have been going down, mightn't it?
Yeah, it looked. I thought it looked fairly out from here, to be honest with you. We've got Ben Peveril, great to see him on the umpiring panel of the county level now, having come up through club cricket. Of course, our good friend Ian Blackwell, who's been around for a few years now. He's been in the commentary box, been in this exact seat last summer. That's a bit of a waft from Goldsworthy. But the thing is, if he got bat on that, it might fly for 6.
Yeah,
with these boundaries.
Very short boundary down here to third man. It's sort of yeah, so Lewis Goldsworthy's obviously didn't get many in the first game out second ball, so he'll be dead keen to spend some time here at the crease.
Yeah, I think he was my WPA Predictions top run scorer pick for last season. Maybe this is going to be his year. Lovely straight drive to mid-off, but time the pants off it, but can't beat the fielder. Yes, it's 78 Somerset have got. Mentioned before to you, expecting the declaration, just to make sure both top 7s really get a bat. Tom Lammerby and George Bartlett did some catches on the outfield. They're not going to have a bat today. Slightly different order to the top order we saw against Cardiff uni students last week. 4 slips again for Harris. And that's going to be 4 from Goldsworthy. Not the cleanest of drives, not as clean as the one that went straight to mid-off, but with the boundary that short, pretty easy to pick the gap between mid-off and point, and 4 runs picked up by Lamberby. Yeah.
I think that's what Harris is trying to do. He's trying to get Goldsworthy driving with those 4 slips in play, but Goldsworthy just about getting enough to get it through cover. He's on to 22.
Bit of shade from the retirement flats, just covering most of the square to the left. We are a long way over towards the retirement flats. Goldsworthy playing a few aggressive strokes here, trying to drive that on inside edging to mid-wicket.
What do you see as success for Lewis Goldsworthy this season then, Harry?
I'd like to see him nail down a spot somewhere between 3 and 5 most likely. I'd like to see him sort of put his spot on the side as a definite, be it be a be a regular run scorer, get enough runs to bank on selection. I'd like to see him bowl a little bit more, but I think he will be used more as a batter. That's a beauty from Harris. You don't mind that. I think he could be a number 3. It kind of depends where Tom Abel wants to bat, and depends on Tom Abel's injury and availability and whatever happens with England Lions selection, or potentially even England full honours. But I see Abel and Goldsworthy as quite similar sort of players.
That was a good ball, that last ball. The over just sort of nipped off the pitch.
And I think he can just leave those balls. He's going to bat where he can have enough time to leave that.
Short of a length. But
that's not a ball he's going to need to play at, is it? He's got enough time to.
Probably not a ball he's going to nick, is it? I think it needs to be fuller for. It's a real bother here as Van der Kooten comes around the wicket.
Steve Davies is experienced enough to be very good at just tickling them off his legs, taking the single, rotating the strike.
Played nicely today.
Yeah, nice to see him.
Again, a massive competition for places for those opening spots now with the signing of Cameron Bancroft, which was announced this morning. So Bancroft and Lammonby, Dixon, Umeed, Tom Abel's coming in for. So the top 3 have got. There's quite a lot of competition there in the short term.
Yeah, I was just chatting to the Gloucestershire statistician who come down and watched, didn't want to go all the way to the GS Bowl, and he was saying couldn't believe the strength and depth Somerset have, number of quality players in the squad. It's exciting times. There's so many options in the seam bowling department, options in the top order. Even, well, you'd say even 3 spinners. There's about 4 people who could hold the gloves. Banton and Kola Cadmore as batters who can keep as well. Bancroft has kept in the past, but James Rew will be the first choice, should have thought, in the first game, but never know what might happen in the next couple of weeks.
So who are you going for? Top 6 for 6th. He's saying
Dixon, Lammonby. We're saying Abel's injured for the first game.
I couldn't possibly comment
No.
on speculation on either here or there, but
Let's say no, Tom Abel.
Assuming Tom Abel's not making it.
Yeah, so Bancroft at 3, probably. Then Goldsworthy at 4. Then this is where it gets tricky, 5 and 6. As we see a drive for Steve Davies.
That's his strength, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eases the ball away through cover there.
It's a problem with them being attacking with 4 slips, that they are just giving the runs through the cover area. But sadly, a few we've seen this afternoon I probably wouldn't put in. I think one of Banton and Bartlett's going to bat 5 and Kola Cadmore 6, or maybe the other way around.
Banton's still
Sorry,
injured.
Banton's injured. Yeah, so I'd like to see George Bartlett get a go.
So you're not playing Tom Kola Cadmore?
No, Tom Kola Cadmore's going to bat 5 or 6.
Right.
And Bartlett's going to bat 5 or 6. The order, good shot. Steve Davies, behind point. I did write it down, actually. I did this.
49. He's batting really well here. Nice and fluent. Been working hard on his game over the winter. He makes some good touch today. Just eases that ball through point.
Yeah, it's his V we talk about, Steve Davies. He loves timing it through there.
When
Beautiful
he's in,
shot.
he can score very, very quickly through that offside. Has often been a strength and a weakness for him, particularly when he's out of form. But today he's really kind of lent on those beautifully and timed them really nicely.
There we go.
Played with soft hands, and that'll be his 50.
Well batted, Steve Davies. Yep.
Steve Davies. I wonder if he'll retire or whether he'll carry on.
No, it looks like he's carrying on. No one's rushing down yet. I can see a bit of shadow batting going on in the
That moves
top
on
of the
to
handicap.
53 off 54 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. Strike rate of 98.1. So he's gone away a fair lick this evening. Plenty of boundaries in that knock.
So 2 weeks ago, I wrote down my Somerset County Championship 11, and that included Abel. So now we've swapped Abel for Bancroft. As I said, I actually decided that I wouldn't play, well, Banton being injured and Abel being injured. I then thought actually we might play an extra seamer in April. So I thought Rew could wicket keep him bat 6 and play neither Bartlett or Banton.
So we see some of Steve Davies' boundaries.
Beautiful, glorious
Screen.
drive. I think the offside, isn't it, mostly? Finding the gaps. Harris into Goldsworthy who defends. So now I was thinking we could then go and play Leach, Davey, Overton, Green, Siddle. This is me trying to work out my team for the whole season. I've got too many slashes in this 11, Ben.
Steve Davis is playing himself into your plans, is he?
I know. I'm chopping up and changing as we go. I thought I was decided on my 11 a couple of weeks ago, but
Yeah, he's played well. Played really nicely, and he'll be pleased with that. Glamorgan have got a pretty good bowling attack here, I would say, with
Yeah.
Van Goot and Harris Podmore. Yeah, they are going to take plenty of wickets this year, I think.
I mean, you think Michael Nessa, who's been in around this Glamorgan side as well, is even more strength. Some good at bowlers at Glamorgan. Billy Root doesn't bowl very much these days, but useful off spinner. Andrew Salter can bowl. Plenty of options. Oh, that's a short one.
Not seen too many bouncers today on a slowish pitch, but sometimes it is an effective ploy to Goldsworthy, but played it well there.
Yeah, I like the sort of tradition of saving too much travel in early season, getting to play Glamorgan and Gloucestershire most Marches now. You get to see Glamorgan, a side we don't often play with the two different divisions. Nice to see some different faces in a Red Bull game, pre-season warm-up. That's quick from Harris.
Nice to see Eddie Byram back at Taunton this scored some runs. Saw him over the lunch break and he was in good spirits. He was chatting away to George Bartlett and Tom Lammonby in the dining room earlier. Still very friendly and popular character around these parts, and yeah, it was just nice to see him come back and score a few runs.
Yeah, always had a soft spot for Eddie Byram. Nice to see him running around here in the white ball game last summer as well. Soft hands and Goldsworthy, 4 runs.
That's the strength of Goldsworthy. He does play the ball really late, soft hands, as you can see on the replay here. Just sort of guides it, really. It's a deliberate shot. It's not an edge, and again with these boundaries as they are, it's not going to take much to reach the boundaries. The hundreds up for Somerset. Goldsworthy on to 26.
Yeah, no real risk in that shot, even with 4 slips in. He's got it down straight into the turf and wide enough. I was doing a bit of coaching this morning, trying to encourage just that soft hands through third man, take the 3 runs really. Shot that wasn't played years ago. I was coaching this older chap this morning, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, don't like playing it through third man." And I said, "Well, take the runs wherever you can take them." You see it in this day and age. Kane Williams and Joe Root, really good exponents of it. And Goldsworthy could.
This is opportune moment to comment on your indoor performance.
Oh no, there's no need for this, Ben. Workplace bullying.
Yeah. So for those, Harry. For those who didn't know,
I was helping you
the
out.
Somerset office have an indoor cricket team, and Harry joined us for a game over the winter. And
You were desperately sure I was doing you a favour. Legged it up from work.
We recruited you.
You must have been pretty desperate
out of
for
the
me to
goodness
play.
of our hearts as one of our commentators, and well, it didn't go so well, did it, Harry?
No. I've never played indoor cricket with no pads. I find it bizarre. Playing different indoor leagues in Devon and Exeter Uni and Sidmouth, and use a hard ball, and then I just couldn't play the wind ball, the plastic swinging wind ball thing. Just couldn't play it. Yeah, made a bit of a fool of myself, really, didn't I?
So I was batting with you, Harry, wasn't I? In the Somerset office team. Just couldn't get on strike, could I?
No. I should have just taken a 1 and given you the strike, really, shouldn't I? But couldn't even manage that. I think I bowled better than I batted. That was my only saving grace. Should have told you I was a bowler.
Yeah. But I'm pleased to report that the Somerset office team did avoid relegation this year.
It was that game, wasn't it? Clinched the
I think
spot in
it
the
was
top
that,
league,
yeah, I think.
despite my batting. The bowling display was better than the batting display, let's put it that way, and it was an experience I won't forget, let's put it that way. Steve Davies, aerial, 1 bounce 4. I think he's confident in it there. He's just going to throw his hands. There's only 2 fielders in front of square on the offside.
Yeah, not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination round the wicket, but when you're 53 not out, seeing him like a Steve Davis is today, confident enough to play through the line.
Just strokes it, doesn't he? Elegant
Very
wielding
elegant.
of the bat.
But Van der
Times it.
Goot won't be too disappointed. It was a good length ball, so that's sort of the area they'll look to be aiming for. And 4 slips that are there waiting if the ball does get any assistance off the seam, but Davis up to it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the need for the deep square leg fielder. Not seeing that much upstairs, are we? Like he's really going to whack it in.
How do you see Glamorgan going in the championship this year, Harry?
I think they'll do all right, you know. Last year, impressed with them. I think they're a good side. They, as we see, Steve Davies cut nearly a good bit of fielding, but another 4. Done well to pick the gap between backward point and point.
Just waited for it again. Off the back foot, slightly short. On a slowish pitch like this is, it's going to be meat and drink for Steve Davis.
He's got so much time, hasn't he? I was a bit gutted in the One Day Cup that we didn't see I wanted to see a vintage Steve Davies and James Hildreth partnership before Hildreth retired. I thought the two of them might just give us one of the, you know, wind back the clock, those two just timing the pants off of it.
He's had not a lot of people saying about you know, when people have been talking about their 11s for the first game, Steve Davis rarely comes up, and that's credit to James Rue. He's come in and done a fantastic job, but Steve Davis just showing everyone here that you know, he's still at Somerset and still got very hungry to score runs and put himself in the frame to play a lot of cricket. So gives a lot, you know, gives options, doesn't it?
I think it's good of Andy Harry and Jason Kerr to give different batters a go in this game. You know, James Rue might not actually get a chance to bat if there's no wickets lost tonight and if the forecast's not great the next couple of days. Steve Davies has taken his chance here. He's creamed his way to 61 in no time effortlessly. Yes, it's been a high-scoring game throughout today because of the short boundaries, but he's still got to score the runs, as that's another beauty from Harris. So there's some good balls out there.
He's always had that in him, James Harris, doesn't he, to produce that piece of magic.
Yeah, done the rounds. Glamorgan, Middlesex, useful bowler. I remember him getting useful tail end runs as well. Well, not even tail end, sort of 7 or 8 lower middle order runs.
He started very young, didn't he? He was, I remember, you know, very much burst onto the scene. A lot of people were saying he was going to be an England Test bowler, and his career never, you know, he's been a very successful bowler, and
another beauty.
See there again, another beauty. But he went Glamorgan, Middlesex, and back to Glamorgan.
Yeah,
right?
Did, yeah. Involved with the PCA as well. And
2 balls beating the outside edge.
A lot of talk about
the second one here.
Sort of Simon Jones and him, that obviously the Welsh link and the quick right arm seamer. Good to see him still steaming into his 30s now. And
one of the things that I'd like to point out as well on the stream today, you'll note that when we play a replay, the score of Cardiff University pops up at all occasions, and there's a really valid reason for that. That our data providers, Ellipse, aren't with us for this game. They were here for the Cardiff game, and they'll obviously be with us throughout the regular season. So apologies, we haven't got a scorecard, a score bug up on the screen. It's simply because that our data providers aren't with us for this fixture. So you're getting a little glimpse of what it looks like as that's eased through the covers by Lewis Goldsworthy. Classical drive.
yeah, these two playing proper cricket, scoring quickly enough, not having to take risk or be a bit passive. Saw Hamid play quite an aggressive shot. I thought it was a bit out of kilter for him, but chatting to him earlier on saying that, you know, trying to work on this slightly more aggressive brand and letting players play the way they want to play. But these two here just taking the boundaries when the balls are there to hit to the boundary. Harris has bowled 2 beauties outside the off stump, and then the half volley is put away by Goldsworthy. And that's not a half volley. It's very different to the it's more of a defensive prod through cover for 4.
He's timed it really well, and yes, the short boundary has aided that, but it's still a really, really well-timed push. And
Yeah.
you know, I think for James Harris' point of view, certainly these lengths and these overs have been pretty much where he'd want to want to put them. But Goldsworthy's had a bit of luck in the early part of the over and got enough bat on that to see it to the fence.
Head over the ball, still under his eyes there, Goldsworthy, well in control of that shot.
But yeah, just back on the overlay situation. So yeah, we will have our overlay back up and running for the. I don't know if Todd wants to pop it up on screen, just give you an idea of what it will look like. This is our new overlay for the season. So yeah, it's obviously not displaying any live data at the moment because they're not with us for this game. But this is the sort of thing you might well expect as of the 6th of April.
Nice WPA colours and the
Somerset still a little bit of work to do here and there to tidy it up a little bit, but it gives you an idea of where we're at. And we're also expecting another roaming camera by the dugouts. So
exciting times, isn't it?
Lots of things to still be added in. As I mentioned, we've had to go right back to square one, rebuild it all. We'll build it up from scratch to kind of allow us to get to the next level with it. But yeah, we've made some good progress, and we're starting to get there. We've got some new people join the team. We've got Sachin and Alex with us throughout the summer, which has been great.
Yeah, doing some good work already.
We've got Sachin on the camera at the moment.
Yeah, he's had quite a gentle pre-season, really. Not too windy, not too cold out there. I think some of the previous pre-seasons when the cameraman's been shivering away.
We had 9 days of cricket here last year.
Yes, glorious sunshine, but cold, wasn't it?
Sort of day 1.5 at the moment. So,
and even that wasn't really a full day last week or today by any stretch, was it? So
no.
But if it's dry in the season, we'll take it. If it has to rain between March and September, you'd rather it rained in March. Oh, that's up from Steve Davis. Good catch from point. Steve Davis has to go. Very well made, 61.
On the 61, caught it just backward point there. Again, it was one of those where it wasn't there to drive, but Davis has been playing through the line effectively, but just caught the outer half of the bat there and pretty well caught above his head at backward point.
Yeah.
Not quite there, but he's been going after those balls all in ins and getting them pretty much in the middle. So yeah, he'll be happy with that, Steve Davis. Good knock from him. And 61 off 63 balls, featuring 12 fours and 1 6. Caught by Eddie Byram.
Yes, and Ben Green's going to come out at number 5. You can see him get a chance in the middle. Lewis Gregor, I thought, might be batted up at number 6 to give himself some batting practice in the middle as a captain, but with not many minutes left on day one, there's no such thing as a night watchman in pre-season cricket really, but Ben Green might be in for just a few minutes and a few balls.
You see some of the highlights of Steve Davis's knock here, and lots of boundaries in it, and lots of boundaries through the offside.
Yeah, drive for the offside, wasn't it, all of the day?
Very, very classical Steve Davis knock really. That's a typical Steve Davis punch off the back foot. And yeah, he's played really nicely there. Timed the ball really well, and even with short boundaries, I think most of these would have been 4 at any ground around the country. So yeah, well played, Steve Davis. Puts his name in the hat for that first championship game, you'd like to think.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions to be made actually. Even this, we haven't really mentioned the seam bowling options, and whether we go the spinner. Jack Leach, of course, having some well-deserved rest after a mentally busy winter all over the place. He's in Pakistan, he's in New Zealand, and deserves a bit of time at home with the dog and allowed to relax and get some strength back for a very busy summer. But him and all the seam options, there's going to be some tricky decisions to be made before Warwickshire at home in just a couple of weeks now. Ben Green's going to face up to Van der Houten for his first ball. What a shot! That's potentially shot the day. Straight drive for 4. Bashed between mid-on and the stumps. It was a half volley, but to straight drive for 4 first ball in March on a soft green top, really. Van der Houten, pretty quick, experienced bowler, and that's a great start.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. But again, for Van der Houten, you know, it's not a bad. It's probably whereabouts you'd have been aiming for that delivery to end up. First ball, green equal to it.
And there he could have 8 off 2 balls here, Ben Green. Yes, not quite as much control this time, but it's still down. It's still in between 4th slip, 5th slip, and backward point.
Yeah, on a slow pre-season pitch, you're always likely to get those down and through the cordon to the boundary. So yeah, 8 off 2.
Showing the maker's name first ball. Van Houten really strides in, runs in hard. Ben Green, a bit of a leading edge this time. Can't get 3 boundaries in a row to start off his innings. Some start to red ball innings though. Still 8 off 3 balls.
Success for Glamorgan in the over. Van der Houten 1 for 40 off his 6 overs. And I would say he's deserved that wicket. He's plugged away on a good line of length. Bowled quite full, as has Harris.
Yeah, 2 of them have bowled well. Thought we might see Dan Dalthwaite with the ball before close, but no, I think Harris is going to continue.
Yeah, the shadow's just lengthening here now at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We are at 1 minute to 6.
Notice the Glamorgan players sprinting between overs. I think that's more to keep themselves warm than necessarily to get into position.
This might be the last over of the day. But they may well, you know, with the case of anything pre-season wise, they may decide to have an extra 10 minutes or so, or give some different bowlers some mileage whilst the weather is dry. I haven't seen the latest forecast for tomorrow, but it wasn't looking too good this morning.
Ian Blackwell just put his snood up right over his face. He's cold and trying to keep himself going with his golf gloves on both hands. Yeah, there might be a bit of frustration with rain the next couple of days, so make the most of this last over if it is. Will fans be able to watch back games on the YouTube? Can they watch back games from last year on the YouTube channel?
Yep, so every stream is available to, as soon as it's finished on YouTube, it's available to watch back, and we've got a playlist, so if people want to watch any moment throughout any of the games, they can
Brilliant.
do so.
That stretches back the last couple of years, does it?
It does.
Brilliant.
We've also got a new website launching soon, which is exciting. And
All change.
lots of things going on. Yeah, lots of things happening this winter. Lots of positive things going on behind the scenes, getting ready for the summer. So yeah, one of those is the new club website, which is due to launch in the next few days.
Been very busy in the off season.
A nice push from Goldsworthy.
Yeah, we could have seen.
Away, that isn't it, to the boundary.
I think there would have been a dive had that been a county championship game, but mid-off decided that he was just going to escort it to the boundary. I think Andrew Salter.
It's quite close there, wasn't he? But it was really nicely
Believe
timed
it,
again from Goldsworthy. Just a push, but straight down the ground, and Harris going for the money ball towards the end of play, which not getting it quite right.
Yeah, the bowling figures look harsher than they potentially should be. Don't really look at the economy rates too seriously. That's a quick short delivery, but Lewis Goldsworthy confidently ducks it. Not tempted to attempt to hook into the retirement flats or the newly seated Somerset stand. Still can't quite get my head around them not being green over to our left.
Yeah, they are very white.
Sort of like when someone's had their teeth done, isn't it? Bright teeth. That could be a boundary to finish the day's proceedings, potentially.
Again, off the face. Just guides it down, as you can see on the replay here. Just plays it with soft hands, and I think that might be it for the day.
Yep, soft hands for Goldsworthy. He's going to go on to 42. Not going to have a chance to get up his 50 today. Potentially will tomorrow as Sam Northeast trots over to pick the ball up on his way to the dressing room for tea.
Somerset
Well,
1,
close.
3, 2 for 3. The 25 overs that they faced in reply to Glamorgan's 281 for 5 declared. But a good day's cricket, Harry.
Yes, it's been a good battle between bat and ball, both sides really. You know, chance for them to get overs into their legs and just to face balls, a pre-season exercise routine, and some good cricket for people to watch. And we should say that it's free entry tomorrow and Wednesday as well. So if the weather is okay, do pop down and have a watch at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, we've got some highlights that are going to be playing on the screen in just a tad. But thank you so much for joining us on the stream today. Great to be up and running, albeit a very kind of test broadcast as we get things all in order, ready for the summer. And we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you again tomorrow, weather permitting. So from myself and from Harry, it's good night.
Good night.